A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Jane has secretly accepted a job at a bridge school in the afternoon. She plays out bridge hands as she, the average player, would play them out, while the instructor and the pupils point out the defects in her game. For this, she receives $5 an afternoon. It's after dinner now at the Yace's bungalow. As we look in on the living room, we find Mr. Race with the evening paper, Marge with a book, Jane with a sewing basket doing some mending. Listen.
Shirts are much shorter this year. Did you notice it, Marge?
Well, personally,
I'm taking 2 inches off of this one. Do you think that'll make me look shorter?
No, but I think it'll make the men look longer.
You do? Because I thought that if I... Oh, I just got that joke you made up.
Well, that joke's at least 10 years old.
Oh, I don't care. I just got it. That's cute. Did you hear that, dear?
What?
Did you hear what Marge said? I said, do you think this skirt will make me look shorter? And she says, no, but it'll make the man look taller.
No, Jay. I said it'd make the men look longer.
Yes. Isn't that cute, dear? Oh, well, I like it. You're so repulsive, Marge. Well, anyhow, I noticed that all the women this afternoon were wearing them much shorter, and I felt so out of place.
Oh, what women?
Oh, the women where I was this afternoon.
Where was that?
Oh, I was playing bridge.
Playing bridge, you?
What does that you mean? That has all the earmarks of a dirty dig.
No, I was just wondering how you got into a bridge game. You don't like cards, and you certainly never play in the afternoon.
Well, I did this afternoon.
Well, Miss Race, did you know about that?
What?
Jane played bridge this afternoon.
Oh, really?
Yes. You want to make anything of it?
Of what?
I played bridge. What about it? You said I could play bridge. Didn't you stand here this morning and tell me that I could play bridge?
I did not.
You didn't. It's too high. You didn't say I could play bridge.
No, I said you could get into a bridge game if you wanted to. I never said you could play bridge, though.
Are you trying to complicate me? You said I could play bridge, and I can prove it.
All right, Jane, he did say it. But what I'm surprised about is that you went and played. You, of all people. Why, you admit you don't like cards.
Oh, well, it's not bad for a harmless afternoon's division.
Division, huh?
Yes, it is.
And how did they divide you up?
Beg pardon?
How did you come out, Jane? How much did you lose?
Lose? Well, if you think I lost, you're sad and mistaken. I came home with $5 more than I started with.
Oh, somebody make a mistake and change?
What?
Oh, stop it, you. Jane, you won $5?
Well, I've got $5 more in my pocketbook than I had when I started. I'll show it to you. $5.20 if you don't believe it.
Well, Jane, that's marvelous.
Oh, so you started with 20 cents. You're certainly an optimist. Suppose you had lost.
Oh, I couldn't lose in this game.
The others must have been playing the Braille system.
Oh, you're disgusting. Isn't he disgusting, Mark?
Yes, he certainly is.
Yes, he is.
But I'm proud of you, Jane. Winning $5 at bridge. Why, you must have been playing for quite a lot.
Oh, not so long. One hand we had was awfully good. Put that paper away, dear, and listen to what we had.
What?
Listen, we had the ace of hearts, and the 10 of hearts, and the 5 of hearts, and the 8 of hearts, and the 5 of hearts. No, I said 5, didn't I? Did I say 5? Well, it was some other heart. And we had 2 spades, the king and the 9. No, it was 2 clubs. Was it clubs? Oh, no, it was diamonds. The king and 9 of diamonds. Oh, no, I didn't have the king of diamonds. It must have been some other suit. What other suit is there? Did I say no, Tom?
Do you mind if I go back to reading my paper now?
Oh, you and your paper. That's all you do, always reading papers. What's there to read? It's the same old thing every day, only about different people.
Yes.
Well, I can't blame him, Jane. But don't ever get to be such a bridge fiend that you start explaining hands you held. The 2 dullest bores in the world are people who tell about bridge hands they held or what their youngest child said this morning.
Youngest child? A new person stepped in. Who said anything about a child?
No, I said that a person who tells about it.
Speaking of bridge, here's a story here that ought to interest you, Jane.
What?
Here's a story in this paper about bridge. Some bridge teacher started a new thing today. He teaches bridge by the
How Not to Play Bridge System.
What?
Well, what kind of a system is that?
I don't know. It's here in the paper. Listen to this. I'll read part of this. Mr. Willoughby R. Jackson, famed bridge instructor, introduced a new wrinkle to the bridge world this afternoon when he presented to his spring class an anonymous young woman known as Mrs. Average Player.
What does it say about the weather for tomorrow, dear?
Wait, let him finish that. That sounds interesting. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mrs. Average Player is the composite average woman bridge player of America, said Mr. Jackson, who is quite definitely British and himself a winner of several coveted bridge trophies. Mrs. Average Player will each afternoon play out a hand of bridge for my class, while my pupils take notes on her bidding and playing. In this way, they profit by her mistakes.
Say, that's an idea, isn't it?
How about the radio? Shall we turn off the music?
No, Jay, not now. Go ahead, read some more.
Oh, say, this is interesting here. The guy's got some good logic at that. Listen to this. It is no secret, continued Mr. Jackson, that the kibiters sitting around a bridge game can always play the hand better than the player. In this way, my pupils become kibiters and may note with ease the mistakes made by Mrs. Average Player.
He's got something there.
Yeah, at the session this afternoon, Mrs. Average Player bid and played out an entire hand of bridge. When she was finished, the entire class was on its feet as one man, or we should say one woman, and tore Mrs. Average Player's game apart. It gives them confidence in their own game, said Mr. Jackson after the lesson.
Yes, but it certainly tears down Mrs. Average Player.
Yeah, there's something here about that, too. Mrs. Average Player is interviewed.
Oh, who's that?
I wonder who'll win the pennant this year, dear.
What pennant?
Well, you're always reading in the papers about baseball. Why don't you read about baseball? I thought there might be something there about baseball.
Oh, quiet, will you? Go ahead and read the rest of that story.
I'm trying to. Mrs. Average Player is interviewed, yes. Mrs. Average Player refused to divulge her true identity other than to say that she is a housewife and has been playing bridge ever since she was married. She said she never mastered the game and had only a casual interest in cards. I'm no Elher Culbertson, she added.
Oh, a Culbertson.
What a bridge player she must be, yeah. Mrs. Average Player also said that the way she had played the sample hand at the lesson this afternoon is the way she would have played it if she had been playing for money, which no doubt explains why she never plays for much money. It makes no difference if I play for money or not, she said. I play just as good for nothing.
Oh, that sounds like you, Jay.
Me?
Listen to this. I don't believe a husband should fight with his wife at a bridge game. After all, she continued, when a person lets 57 little cards upset her home, I think it's a domino.
What?
Wait a minute. What is this?
What is what?
What's going on here? Somebody been reading your mail?
Nothing came for me today.
Oh, what else does it say? Go ahead and read some more.
If a husband is a better player than his wife, he should not fight with her, said Mrs. Average Player. And if a wife is better than her husband, she should not fight with him over a bridge game. I always say a wife should take the bitter with the better.
Did you call me, Mom?
Where are you going?
To get my scissors. I must have
You
left
come
my
back
scissors.
here. What do you know about this?
About what?
Who is this Jackson? Were you playing bridge at this man's... Is that the bridge game that you...
Jane, I don't believe it.
If this is you, and it can't be anybody else...
Now, just a second. Hold your horse. Now, you might as well get off your high chair. Suppose it is. What of it? I get $5 for it.
Oh, it was you.
Jane, I can't believe it.
Oh, stop saying that. What's the matter with you, both of you?
You mean to say that you're this Mrs. Average Player?
I didn't pick the name. He wanted that name, and what could I do?
Oh, isn't this
How did you come
awful?
to get into this thing in the first place?
Well, it's a long story.
Well, cut it down to 1 hour.
All right, I'll try. Mr. Jackson came here this morning after you left and asked me if I would do this.
Well, how did he come here?
Well, once I took some lessons from him, and he said he remembered how I played, and I was just the one to be Mrs. Average Player.
Well, I can understand that.
Well, I'm glad to see you're seeing it my way, dear.
But I'm not seeing it your way. I don't approve
Now,
of
wait
it.
a minute. Let her finish. Go ahead, Jane.
Well, he said he'd give me $5 an afternoon, and I could come there 4 afternoons a week. Well, I figured it up, and it was $20.
Nice figuring.
Well, it is. $5 an afternoon, 4 afternoons a week, 5 times 4.
Yes, Jane, we know that. So you took the job?
Well, Yes.
Oh, now, I'm not...
Now, dear, there's nothing you can do about it. You said I could play bridge in the afternoons if I stayed out of trouble.
But this isn't playing bridge. You're making a spectacle of yourself.
I know. That's why I'm shortening this skirt.
But, Jane, how could you take a thing like this on such short notice?
I don't know. After I said I'd do it, he said, all right, when do you want to start? And I said, no sooner said the better. And he said, what? And I said, well, I can start this afternoon if you want me to. And he says, all right, 2 o'clock. And so I went down there and I did it. And he gave me the $5. And I get $5 every afternoon I go there. Now, isn't that better than going into business and things like that?
Well, I give up.
Don't give up, dear. Answer it, isn't it?
Oh.
I think she's got you there, my
But
friend.
this is the most ridiculous thing I ever heard of.
Oh, what's ridiculous about it? Other women make money playing bridge.
Of course, only Jane's making money but not playing bridge.
Yes, Oh, no, I played this afternoon, and it was a hard hand. I bid 6 hearts, and I had to play it for 6 hearts.
Well, did you make it, Jane?
Well, not quite. I went down 5 tricks.
Went down 5 tricks.
But I didn't have to pay for it. In fact, I got $5 for getting set 5 tricks. Now, where else can I do that? Why, I know a lot of women that would give their right name to get set 5 and make $5.
I think that point's well taken, Jane.
Well, I don't know.
It looks as if Mr. Ace can't think of any good reasons why Jane should not earn $5 as easily as all that. So perhaps she'll continue as Mrs. Average Player. We'll learn more about that when next we meet the Easy Aces.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave, bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, when you're living and working away from home, a good friend and confidant comes in mighty handy. Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, is fortunate in having just such a friend in her landlady. Last Friday at breakfast, Miss Brooks confided in Mrs. Davis about her Thursday date.
I was out with Mr. Boynton last night, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, you don't have to tell me that, Connie. I could tell when I went in to wake you up this morning.
How?
You were squeezing your pillow so hard, half the feathers popped out.
Oh. No wonder I dreamt that I was captured by Indians. We had quite an exciting time, though, before Mr. Boynton took me home.
What did you do?
Well, he said he'd like to go to a movie, so I very subtly steered him to the Strand, where they're showing Valentino.
Oh, is that the one about Rudolph Valentino, the great lover?
It isn't about Jake LaMotta. It's really a very good movie, and I was hoping Mr. Boynton would take a slight hint and get into the mood.
Did the scheme work, Connie?
Did it work? Why, halfway through the most torrid love scene, 2 ushers had to ask Mr. Boynton to leave.
Oh, really, Connie? What did he do?
He giggled so hard he dropped his popcorn.
Well, don't worry, Connie. You may find romance sooner than you think. That is, if you take advantage of the article I read in this morning's paper.
What article?
It says that Mr. Jacques Bouvet of the French public school system is here in America to import teachers to France. He arrived at Madison yesterday, and he's interested in any American instructors who can help streamline French educational methods.
Oh, good for him. But why an American teacher should go traipsing off to France to teach is beyond me.
But Mr. Beauvais says that as an incentive, the salary would be just double your present one.
Well, don't stand there. Pack my bag. Double my salary? And I presume they'd pay all traveling expenses.
Definitely.
Well, then all I have to do is to sell myself to Monsieur Bouvet. Where is he staying while he's in town, Mrs. Davis?
At the Empire Hotel.
Does the article say how long a teacher would be expected to stay in France?
At least 1 year, Connie.
Oh, then I'd better forget about it. It isn't just Mr. Boynton I'd miss. I'd be lonesome for you, Mrs. Davis, and Harriet and Walter Denton and all the swell kids at school.
I know, Connie. Then there's your principal, Mr. Conklin.
Well, don't stand there. Pack my bag.
Look, Connie, Even though we'd all miss you, too, I'd like to remind you of the old saying, absence makes the heart grow fonder. If you do go away for a year, think of what your reunion will be like.
Yes, I can picture it now. I trip lightly down the gangplank, and there on the dock stands Mr. Boynton. As our eyes meet, the scene is charged with romance. And when he speaks, it takes a long moment before his passionate words penetrate my consciousness.
What passionate words, Connie?
Long time no see, Miss Brooks. What have you done to your car, Walter? It looks different this morning. Prettier.
That's because you're in it, lovely one. I purposely picked you up early this morning so you could take advantage of the bulletin I have for you.
Bulletin?
Yes, ma'am. I read an article in the paper that says a high official in the French public school system is in town, looking for teachers. A Mr. Jacques Bouvet.
That's Jacques Bouvet, Walter.
How do you know him, Miss Brooks?
Mrs. Davis introduced me to the article this morning.
Oh, aren't you excited? He's offering teachers an all-expense trip to Gay Paris. That's short for France.
I know he is. That's why I've got to get to Mr. Conklin's office.
Why Mr. Conklin's office?
So I can get permission to take a little time off this morning. I'd like to see Mr. Bouvet before he's mobbed by the other teachers.
But, Miss Brooks, you know how old Marblehead Mr. Conklin is when it comes to giving people time off.
Well, I'll just have to think of some legitimate-sounding alibi, I guess. Now, let's see. What sounds like a truthful tissue of lies?
You should never have brought this paper to my office, Harriet. The article about that Frenchman Bouvet raiding our schools for teachers has upset me terribly.
But why, Daddy?
Because I know school teachers, that's why. His offer of traveling expenses and more money will have them flocking to his wallet like moths to a flame. They'll follow him to France like those dim-witted children who followed the Pied Piper of Hamelin.
But, Daddy, Monsieur Bouvet is not only looking for teachers. It says in the last paragraph that he's also offering high school principals double salary and all traveling expenses.
Ah, Paris in the spring. The Champs-Élysées. Burgeoning blossoms in the Bois de Boulogne. Hand me that paper, please.
Here you are.
It says Monsieur Jacques Bouvet, who is staying at the Empire Hotel, and it's been... Further details in a later edition. Run down to the newsstand and fetch me the latest one, Harriet.
But, Daddy, you wouldn't let anything tempt you into leaving Madison, would you?
Calm yourself, my dear. I have no thought of succumbing to the siren song of filthy lucre. Moreover, I intend to see to it that there is no exodus from my staff. If I catch any member of Madison's faculty making a beeline for the Empire Hotel, I'll see that... Come in. Now, you run along, fetch that paper, Harriet.
All right, Daddy. Bye, Miss Brooks.
Hi, Harriet.
Bye, Miss Brooks.
Bye, Harriet.
And what brings you to my office so early, Miss Brooks?
An emergency, Mr. Conklin. I've got to make a beeline for the Empire Hotel.
Oh, you do. And do you mind telling me why before you buzz off?
Well, I've just got to get over there, sir. You see,
Let me help you. Perhaps someone close to you, some relative of whom you're exceedingly fond, lies ill in the Empire Hotel.
Ill? Why, yes, sir, that's exactly it. You took the words right out of my mouth.
Well, don't worry about that. I'll shove them back in a minute. That is, just which one of your relatives is it?
It's my grandmother, Mr. Conklin. She's terribly ill.
Poor dear soul. Perhaps she'd feel better if you informed her of a rather startling fact. Namely, the Empire Hotel is a recently erected annex of the Empire Athletic Club, and it's strictly for men.
So is Grandma. She's very popular. You see, sir, she works at the Empire Hotel. She's a telephone operator there. And yesterday she had a terrible accident.
An accident?
Yes, sir. It seems one of the other girls didn't show up, and Granny had to stay at the switchboard all during her lunch hour. Well, finally the manager brought her a plate of spaghetti.
Spaghetti, Miss Brooks?
Well, sir, between her being so hungry and the switchboard being so busy, Granny got all excited and ate up 3 long-distance calls.
What a catastrophe. But, Miss Brooks, I have a suggestion to make. Supposing I accompany you to the Empire Hotel. It'll be a nice surprise for your grandmother.
Oh, but, Mr. Conklin,
I'll just burst into her room and say, Grandma, what a big mustache you have.
What?
And, Grandma, what a big fat bankroll to be offering double salaries to teachers to lure them out of the country. And, Granny, dear, why on earth are you registered here as Jacques Beauvais? Well, Miss Brooks, is the jig up or isn't the jig up?
Charleston.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream, it cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
What cleans your teeth?
Colgate toothpaste.
Cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
What cleans your teeth?
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best. Yes, the Colgate way is the most thoroughly proved and accepted home method of oral hygiene known today. Over 2 years' research showed brushing teeth right after eating with Colgate Dental Cream helped stop more decay for more people than ever before reported in dentifrice history. The Colgate way stops tooth decay best. No other dentifrice, ammoniated or not, offers such conclusive proof. And you should know that Colgate, while not mentioned by name, was the only toothpaste used in the research on tooth decay recently reported in Reader's Digest. So always follow the Colgate way to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. And stop tooth decay best.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream, it cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
What it cleans your teeth.
And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
Well, I didn't dare leave school during the morning session, but at lunchtime I joined Mr. Boynton in the cafeteria and told him all about Monsieur Beauvais. When he heard that I was contemplating a trip abroad, Mr. Boynton was grief-stricken. And with ill-concealed panic, he finally managed to say,
"Here in France would do you a world of good."
Yes, I guess it would. But, Mr. Boynton, a year is a long time. I sort of expected you to say you'd miss me.
Oh, that goes without saying. I often think of how much we've meant to each other, and, well, you might not believe this, Miss Brooks, but in the 4 or 5 years we've known each other...
4 years, 7 months, 3 weeks, and 2 days.
Well, yes. Well, in all that time, I've never once, that is, well,
Yes, Mr. Boynton, you never once what?
You're the only girl I've ever taken to the zoo.
You've no idea what a feeling of security that gives me.
It may not seem like a very romantic locale, but many's the time as we stood outside those cages, I got some pretty bold thoughts.
You wished you were inside? Oh, we have had some good times, Mr. Boynton, and if I do go abroad, I'll miss you more than just a little.
That goes both ways. But there's a silver lining in every cloud, you know. Remember, absence makes the heart grow fonder. And when you returned, I'd be the first one to meet you at the boat. Yes, ma'am, I'd be right there on that dock as you trip down the gangplank.
And what would you say, Mr. Boynton?
Say? Well, I don't know offhand, but it wouldn't be anything teary or sentimental. No, I'd probably just take your hand and get off some witty remark or other.
Like what?
Well, like, long time no see.
Oh, that is a wham-doodle of a crack. But perhaps we'd better drop the subject, Mr. Boynton. After all, my going to France is purely conjectural. Monsieur Beauvais may not even pay any attention to the message I left for him.
Message?
Yes, since women are barred from the Empire Hotel, I phoned and left my name and address at the desk. Mr. Beauvais was out, so I just left word that if he wanted a good English teacher for overseas duty, he could interview me at my place this evening.
Well, everything happens for the best, I suppose. Still, Miss Bouvet has a lot of nerve to expect American teachers to go traipsing off to France to teach.
He's offering all travel expenses and double salary.
I wonder if he'd be interested in a biology teacher. You know, it might be quite a rewarding experience at that, to teach abroad for a while.
Pardon me, Mr. Boynton, but I've got an important message for Miss Brooks.
Well, go right ahead, Walter.
Harriet just took a call for you in the principal's office, Miss Brooks.
Oh, who was it?
Mrs. Davis. She called to say that Monsieur Bouvet phoned, and he said he'd be over at your house at 8 o'clock tonight.
Oh, that's wonderful, Walter.
Wait. In the late edition of the paper, it says that he's only accepting teachers who have a first-hand knowledge of France and its people and who speak the language fluently.
Fluently? But I haven't spoken any French since high school, and I majored in Spanish at college.
I've forgotten most of the French I ever learned also. I guess we're in the same boat, Miss Brooks.
Well, start paddling, Mr. Boynton. We're up the same creek, too. Well, it's almost 8 o'clock, Mrs. Davis. Monsieur Bouvet should be here any minute.
But, Connie, you said yourself you don't know enough about French to read a perfume bottle. How do you expect to land a job teaching over there?
If I get the job, Mrs. Davis, I'll have time to take a refresher course before I commence teaching. Now, don't worry about me. I'll get by this interview somehow.
If it's what you want, Connie, I can only wish you luck. I'll go make some tea now. If you need me for anything, just call.
All right, Mrs. Davis. Uh-oh, that's him. Coming!
Bonsoir. I am Jacques Bouvet.
Oh, yes. I mean, oui. Entrez, monsieur.
Merci. You, I presume, are la belle Brooks.
I'm not anybody else, la but. Let me take your coat and beanie, a beret. I'll hang them right here, Monsieur Bouvet. Now, if you'll follow me into the living room. Now, shall we sit over here on the sofa?
Bon. Now, tell me, if you will, something about your background. You are acquainted with Paris?
Paris? I always think of it as my second home.
Oh, you've been there.
I've never really left there mentally. Oh, the boulevards, the cafes.
If you are so much of a Parisian at heart, I would wager that most of all you miss the Bois de Boulogne.
I cry when I think of it. That woman made me the best hats I ever owned.
Hats? But the Bois de Boulogne is a city park.
Well, that's what I like about Paris. A park can have the same name as a milliner. Could I get you something, Monsieur Bouvet? Tea will be ready very soon, or would you rather have coffee?
Oh, nothing now, thanks. I'd just like to get, how you say, acquainted. But why should I struggle so with the English? You have the French, no?
I have a little, yes.
Ah, bon. Dites-moi alors, cette photographie-là, sur la table, c'est votre père?
Oh, oui, oui.
Et l'autre photographie, c'est votre mari?
Oui, oui.
Oh, je suis très content.
Oui, oui.
Pardonnez-moi, the tea is ready.
What? Oh, Mrs. Davis, this is Monsieur Bouvet.
Oh, merci, monsieur. I'll put the tea sur the table. Now, if you'll excuse-moi, I'd like to speak with Miss Brooks privately for one moment. Come here, Connie.
All right, Mrs. Davis. Excusez-moi, too, Monsieur Bouvet.
Certainement.
What is it, Mrs. Davis?
It's evident that I remember more of my high school French than you do. You've made a terrible mistake.
What did I do?
When Mr. Bouvet pointed to that picture of Mr. Conklin, he asked you if he was your father, and you said yes.
Oh, no.
Then when he pointed to Mr. Boynton's picture and asked if he was your husband, you said yes again.
Mr. Boynton? My husband? What am I laughing at? It happened to either of us.
You've got to go back and tell Mr. Bouvet the truth.
What, and let him know I don't understand French? I'm sorry, Mrs. Davis, but I've got to bluff this thing through until I land that job.
As you wish, Connie, but I'm going into my room and lie down. This operation is too nerve-wracking for me.
I'll let you know how I come out, Mrs. Davis. Oh, you're looking at my photographs, monsieur.
Oui, madame, but perhaps I should talk the English. It will help me in my interviews with other Americans, n'est-ce pas?
Oh, pa.
Your husband is very charming, but one thing I do not understand. Why you call yourself Miss Brooks when he signs his picture Monsieur Boynton?
Well, here in America, we girls who teach school are allowed to use our maiden name. But I do hope you'll have the opportunity to meet Mr. Boynton. He's a charming person, and so devoted, so thoughtful, and so affectionate. So come in. It's not locked. Entree.
Good evening, Miss Brooks.
Mr. Boynton.
I hope you don't mind my... Oh, you have company.
Monsieur Boynton, allow me to congratulate you. You have a very charming wife.
I have? Where?
Oh! Dear me, isn't he a scream? What a sense of humor, darling.
Your husband is funny.
Funniest thing since murders in the Rue Morgue. Give me your hat, dear. I'll explain later, Mr. Boynton. Just smile.
All right.
After my own heart, Monsieur Boynton, devil may care. And your wife has told me how affectionate you are.
Affectionate?
Well, don't just stand there. Kiss me, you fool.
Please, Miss Brooks, please.
Listen to him beg. Well, I'm all puckered, dearest. Let's have it.
Oh, how romantic. But permit me to make the introduction. I am Monsieur Jacques Bouvet.
Monsieur Bouvet, but of course. Je suis très joyeux. Bonsoir, mon ami.
How do you like that? I pucker and he kisses him.
Monsieur Bouvet, I've always wanted to teach biology in Gay Paris. You alone can make my fondest dream come true.
Well, frankly, I have several biology teachers already contracted. Somehow Paris seems to lend itself to biology.
And vice versa.
But of course, if I accept your wife, it would be a shame to separate you, especially if you are really so madly in love with her.
In love with her? Rather would I lose my life and my wife.
Comment?
Miss Brooks.
Oui?
Fuck her up again, mon chéri.
Why, Pierre Boynton. Here I am.
Oh, wait. There will be time for that later.
Marshall Plan or no Marshall Plan? This guy has got to go.
What is it you want to tell us, monsieur?
Well, I have come to the conclusion that married couples are best for my purpose. Single teachers might get lonesome after a short while, and then, poof, back to America they come, leaving me clutching a valise.
Clutching a valise?
Holding the bag. You won't have to worry about that with us. We'll stay the full time.
Oh, but of course it is only fair to tell you I have interviewed other couples, some married 10, 11 years, and with big families. The priority will go, of course, to those who are married the longest time.
Oh, we've been married a very long time.
How long?
Real long.
Real long.
The door was open, so I just... Oh, I didn't know you had guests, Miss Brooks.
Oh, that's all right, Walter.
Yes, come on in, Walter.
Monsieur Bouvet, I'd like to present our youngest son, Walter. What? Isn't he a doll? Now go out into the kitchen and feed your fat little face.
You heard your mother, son. We're discussing business with Mr. Bouvet.
Oh, you're Monsieur Bouvet.
Oh, oui.
Oh, bonsoir, monsieur. Comment allez-vous, say swore.
Translation. Goodbye, Mr. Bouvet. I've got to feed my fat little face.
You are quite effeminate.
You ain't seen nothing
Just stop by. Oh, you have company, Miss Brooks.
The more the merrier. Do come in.
I recognize you from your photograph, monsieur. You are Papa.
Papa?
And you have a lovely daughter, monsieur. Such a sweet face. Just gaze upon her.
Gaze upon her? My daughter's at home.
But of course she's at home. I have been talking with her for the last 10 minutes.
Sir, either you have an extremely loud voice, or you're as wacky as a dodo bird.
Qu'est-ce que c'est dodo bird?
Oh, it's just a colloquialism, sir. Dad here is a great little kidder.
Yes, he certainly is. Want some tea, Daddy dear?
Daddy, dear?
I'll get it for you if you want me to, Grandpa.
What's going on here?
I was just going to escort Monsieur Bouvet to the door.
Monsieur Bouvet? Oh, I should have known. Bonsoir, mon ami. Je suis très joyeux.
Well, there's no use talking. I've got to get myself a tuxedo.
Monsieur Bouvet, I'll come right to the point. At first, I refused to be tempted, but as one of the nation's more efficient high school principals, I feel I owe it to your country to volunteer my services until your educational system is once again flourishing.
That is a most kind, monsieur.
Of course, I'll be frank with you, sir. I'm also interested in the fact that you're offering double salary.
Oh, that? Oh, I'm afraid, monsieur, the American press has made a slight, how do you say, misquoting.
What did they misquote?
Well, you see, we are offering double your present salary, but it is not in dollars. It is in francs.
In francs? That's much less than we're receiving now.
Oh, well, think of the experience. Now, if you will all want to sign up, I will get the papers.
Just a moment, Monsieur Bouvet. I'd like to hold a little caucus with Papa and Pierre and Sonny. Gather around, friends.
What'll we tell them, Miss Brooks?
Well, I think we ought to say something like this.
Yes, that sounds just right to me.
And between us, we ought to know enough French to give him the whole thing in his native tongue. Let's see. The first word is fichet.
And the next is la.
Then comes camp.
Fine. Monsieur Bouvet.
Oui?
Fichet le camp.
Comment?
Translation.
Hit the road!
Our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment. Now, the case of the close scrape featuring Charles Nielsen, department store buyer. Here's what Mr. Nielsen told us. Listen. Here's exactly what happened. Shaving was just one close scrape after another for me, and then I discovered Palmolive Lather Shave Cream and a new, different way to shave. Palmolive's oceans of rich, thick lather ended my worries about scrapes, burns, and nicks. Why, even in cold or hard water, that Palmolive Lather way is super smooth, super comfortable. Take Charles Nielsen's advice, men. The new Palmolive Lather way gets beards really soft, and it provides a protective film that actually floats your razor's cutting edge. You get a clean, close shave every time, without worry about scraping or nicking, even in cold or hard water. Charles Nielsen and 1,200 other men tested Palmolive Lather Cream following package directions, and 3 out of 4 reported smoother, more comfortable shaves the Palmolive Shave Cream way. No matter how they shaved before, better get Palmolive Lather Shave Cream. Remember, even in cold or hard water, the Palmolive Lather way means smoother, more comfortable shaves. Now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, after Monsieur Bouvet left, Mr. Conklin and Walter said good night, and that left just Mr. Boynton and me.
Well, I guess we won't be going to Paris this year, but maybe we'll get another chance. You know, Miss Brooks, I've often dreamt of being in Gay Paris with you.
You have, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, yes, indeed. And if we were there, I'd take you to the most romantic spot on the continent, La Maison des Animaux.
What is that, Mr. Boynton?
It's one of the biggest zoos in the world.
Mr. Boynton, take a letter. Dear Lafayette, not only are we not there, but we ain't coming.
This is very
and Smith reminding you to tune in next week to another Our Miss Brooks show, brought to you by Palmolive Shave Cream for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis and Joe Quillen, with the music of Wilbur Hatch.
Listen to this. With Marvelous Vel, V-E-L, you can save 90% of dishwashing work.
A quick soak in Vel suds gets dishes and glassware shiny clean. Even if a bit of food should cling, a touch with a dishcloth gets rid of it fast.
Yes, Vel's activated suds lift off and carry away food and grease. So all dishes need is a quick rinse, and they dry sparkling without washing or wiping.
All pots and pans need is a soaking with Vel suds. Then you can wash them shiny clean without hard scouring.
What's more, Vel is a miracle of mildness. So get new Vel. Save 90% of dishwashing work.
If you like mysteries that are as full of chuckles as chills, be sure to listen to Mr. and Mrs. North every Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. Stay tuned now for Jack Benny. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hey, folks, it's Friday night. Call up a friend and tell him Red Skelton's on. Or better yet, call up an enemy.
From Hollywood, Procter & Gamble brings you the Red Skelton Show, starring Red Skelton, Dave Rose and his orchestra, our singing stars, the Four Knights, Verna Felton, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGee, and Dick Ryan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. Yes, it's the Red Skelton Show, brought to you by Tide, Procter & Gamble's amazing new discovery for your whole family wash.
Tide's in, dirt's out. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap. T-I-D-E, Tide.
And now from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, the star of our show, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I thought you'd introduce me as Art Linkletter tonight.
Well, what have you been doing the past week, Red?
Oh, I've been helping my wife with the fall house cleaning.
Well, you're starting a little early, aren't you?
Oh, no, we like to throw the old Christmas tree out before we bring the new one in.
Well, I guess dirt does accumulate fast.
Oh, yeah. You know, you get so used to everything around the house, you don't realize how dirty the place is until someone gives you a hint.
Mm-hmm. Who tipped you off?
The little dog next door when he tried to bury a bone in our living room. No kidding, after 5 minutes of cleaning, there was so much dirt in the vacuum cleaner, Walter Winchell made me an offer.
You sound like you had a lot of fun cleaning house.
Oh, I did. You know, when you clean house, you always find something that's been missing for a long time. You know, I pulled down the window shade and found a pair of pants I've been pressing for 3 years. I went through one of my old suits, and what do you think I found?
What?
My wife's brother.
No kidding. Say, is Oswald still living with you?
Oh, yeah. He thinks because his name is on the marriage license as a witness that I married him, too. Have that little dog to come over and bury that joke now.
Look, Red, I don't mean to get nosy, but it's rumored that he's pretty lazy. Is that true?
I've been for 3 years trying to get him to dust the furniture, and he says, I can't read it. See, if I memorize it, I do all right. When I try to read, I'm dead. I've been trying to get him to dust the furniture in his room.
And he won't do it?
No, I even tried to shame the guy into doing it. I says, look, I can write my name in the dust on your dressing room table.
What happened?
He says, I know you're educated, capitalist.
Well, Red, if you've all straightened up at your place, how about coming over and helping Sylvia and me with our fall cleaning?
No, I'm not too good at it myself. I make too many mistakes. I mistook a bottle of hair restore for furniture polish, and you know that mohair chair in my den?
Yeah?
All the hair is from young moles, you know. Well, now you can't see Mo for the hair.
Oh, now, come
That's
on.
a brilliant joke, isn't it?
No hair restore is that good.
This stuff is. This will grow hair on a cue ball, you know. I tried it. I had to finish a game of billiards with a pair of scissors for a cue.
Come on. Wait a minute. Tell the truth. So you used hair restore for furniture polish. Now, what really happened?
Nothing. Now we have to part the table in the middle, people.
Our Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap.
Harmonize the harmony! Hush the music! You say cleaner than any soap? Does that include or exclude all the new Suds discoveries?
She's including everything, Red.
Thank you.
She's saying that no soap, no other Suds, no other washing product known will get your clothes as clean as Tide. And by clothes, I mean sheets, pillowcases, shirts, work clothes, everything. Tide leaves them free from dirt and then some. Because Tide also removes dingy soap film. Yet with all this exceptional cleaning power, Tide is safe. Truly safe for all your washable colors. What's more, Tide actually brightens those colors as it washes away dulling soap film. Tide has a way with white things, too. In hardest water, Tide gets them whiter than any other washing product known. Tide keeps them white, too, week after week. Never turns them yellow. Next wash day, try Tide. Discover the only washing product known that gives you all this. The cleanest, brightest, whitest wash you ever hung on the line.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the four knights will sing Old Dan Tucker.
Get out the way, old Dan Tucker. Are you too late to get your supper? Supper's over, breakfast cooking, and old Dan Tucker just standing there looking. Get out the way, old Dan Tucker. Are you too late to get your supper? Supper's over, breakfast cooking, and old Dan Tucker just standing there looking.
Now, old Dan Tucker was a nice old man who used to ride our Derby Ram. It sent him whizzing down the hill. If he hadn't got up, he'd lay there still.
Get out the way, old Dan Tucker. Are you too late to get your supper? Supper's over, breakfast cooking, and old Dan Tucker just standing there looking.
Old Dan Tucker and I got drunk. He fell in the fire and kicked up a chunk. A charcoal gut inside of his shoe. Bless you, honey, how the ashes flew.
Get out the way, old Dan Tucker. Are you too late to get your supper? And old Dan Tucker just standing there looking.
Now, old Dan Tucker was a fine old man. He washed his face in the frying pan. He combed his hair with the wagon wheel. Died with the toothache in his heel.
Get out the way, old Dan Tucker. Are you too late to get your supper? Supper's over, breakfast cooking, and old Dan Tucker just standing there.
Well, I went to town to buy some goods, but I lost myself in a patch of woods. The night was cold and I had to suffer. It froze the feet of old Dan Tucker. Get out the way,
old Dan Tucker.
Are you too late
to get your supper?
Supper's over,
breakfast cooking,
old Dan Tucker.
Standing there looking.
To get out the way,
old Dan Tucker.
Are you too late
to get your supper?
Supper's over,
breakfast cooking,
old Dan Tucker.
Standing there looking. I come to town the other night. I heard the noise and saw the fight. The watchman was running around, crying, old Dan Tucker had come to town. Get out the way, old Dan Tucker. Where are you too late to get your supper? Supper's over, breakfast cooking, and old Dan Tucker just standing there looking. Get out the way, old Dan Tucker. Where are you too late to get your supper? Supper's over, breakfast cooking, and old Dan Tucker just standing there looking. Supper's over, breakfast cooking. Old Dan Tucker just a standing there looking.
Say, Rod, did you hear Fred Allen last Sunday night?
Now, you know you don't allow me to listen to any other comedian.
Look, Crisco Kid. M.A. boy. One more like that and Tide's in and Rod's out. Well, that takes care of Procter & Gamble. No, You know that Fred Allen has taken a quiz show insurance policy on his listeners.
Yes, I heard about it. Now, if any of the listeners can prove they lost a giveaway prize because they were listening to the regular Fred Allen program, when their phone number was called, of course, they'll be guaranteed the amount lost up to $5,000.
Isn't that terrific? Now we can all relax. Let's show what home is really like when quiz programs are on.
Good idea.
What are you trying to do? Start an argument?
Willie, will you get away from that radio? You've had your ear glued to that speaker for 6 hours.
Look, now look what you've done. My ear come unglued.
Ever since you've discovered those giveaway programs, you never budge from that set. And I'm getting tired of dusting you every morning.
Shut up! You're putting that filthy kilocycle mouth of yours. If I don't listen close and they call me, I won't know the answer. Now keep quiet, clabber girl.
How can you stand to listen to so many straight hours of talk?
Well, you forgot I married you, Jitterjaws.
What are you listening to now?
The music should drop dead.
When that program's over, will you turn that radio off?
No, I gotta listen to the new frost warning show, Stop the Weather.
Well, now, I wonder who that could be. Answer the door, Willie.
You go answer it, will you? They'll think the place is haunted and go away then.
Yes?
I'm the lady who lives at the farm 3 miles down the road, and my husband's just been run over by a tractor. Could I please borrow your telephone to phone a doctor?
You cannot.
I'd be glad to pay for it.
Oh, that would be pretty expensive, lady.
But it couldn't be more than a nickel.
Don't make me laugh. If they call me and I can answer the name of the ditty they're playing, I will win a baby grand piano complete with stool and Jose Iterbe. All the Lend-Lease the United States pays out for the next 10 years or the countries they're going to pay it to. Dewey's mustache cup. I can get the Pacific Ocean. Bottles. The World Series played in my living room with Bob Hope umpiring the game. And 5 free appendix operations. Take the appendix out and put it back, take it out, put it back. On top of that, I get a deep freeze with 1 year's supply of deep. And then comes the big prizes. And there's the phone. They're calling me. Where's the phone?
It's in your hand.
Where's my hand? Turn the radio up. So I can get the name of the song. What's the name of it?
Well, it sounds like Mud from the opera Henry Clay.
Yeah. Thank you, Maul Petrillo. I had it and you got me all messed up. If I miss this question, I'll sue you for every nickel I got. You got it. Hello? Could you speak a little louder, please?
Willie, you're talking into the receiver.
Oh, yeah.
Well, what did you hang it up for?
Oh, I didn't. Hello, operator.
Why don't you hang up? They might call back.
Yeah, they might call back. It worked. Let me see now. They're playing Silver Threads Among the Gold, ain't they?
No, that's over. They're playing another number now.
Oh, hello? Yeah, I know what you're playing. What's that? Well, you got a lot of nerve. Calling me at this time of the day. Is who here? Wait, hey, lady.
Yes?
Are you Joe the repairman?
I've never been so insulted in my life.
Oh, there's nobody here with that name. I'm sorry, you got the wrong number. Always the wrong number. Why do people call when your favorite program is on or you're in the bathtub? That's the only time it rings, and then it's always the wrong number.
Well, stop looking like Barbara Stanwyck.
Yeah. Okay, you stop looking like Burt Lancaster.
Willie, someone's at the door.
Well, since when did they put the new speedway through our living room? See who it is. I gotta get back and check the radio.
Yes?
I'm from a phone company. Where's the phone?
I'm eating it, and don't you touch it. nothing wrong with that, Floyd.
Oh, yes, there is.
What?
An unpaid bill since April.
Well, I sent that in.
Well, we haven't seen it at the office.
Well, look, don't bother me now. Go back to April and look for it. Get lost. I gotta listen to the program.
I don't leave until I take that phone. I'd have been around sooner, but I've been up to my ears in work.
Very funny. Very funny. Phone man up to his ears in work. Get out of here. You're gonna be up to your ears in me if you don't leave, I'm telling you.
I'll answer it.
No, we're good.
Hello? Yes. Yes, it certainly is.
Who was that?
The operator.
Yeah?
She said it was a long distance from New York, and I said it certainly was.
Willie, get a hold of yourself. You're getting quiz show jitters.
Look, the long distance from New York, that's the program, you dope. Give me the phone. Hello, operator.
Sorry, Bub, you can't use the phone.
Don't tell me what to do, operator. Give me long distance.
Willie, why don't you hang up? They might call back.
Yeah, they might. They might call back. Did I hear the phone ring? Yeah, I heard it. Boy, when you get excited, you don't wait for the last minute to Hello, who? Willie Lump, is nobody here? Yeah, I'm Willie. What's that? You gotta turn up the radio so I can hear what they're playing, will you? You shut it off! Turn it on!
And if I am elected, hear me, if I am elected, this town will have the biggest shake-up.
You got the wrong thing done. Get that music. Hello, hold on, will you? I was cut off for a second.
And now you're being cut off for good.
Hello? You disconnected my phone. Just when my ship was coming in, you scuttled it for me. Now I've got nothing to live for. Nothing except radio's own Ma Perkins. You all know that trains are a hobby of Dave Rose, and tonight it sneaks into his music as Dave and his Procter & Gamble Orchestra play Beyond the Blue Horizon.
Thank you, Dave Rose. Say, did you know that Tide's Wash Day Miracle is an everyday miracle, too? Yes, Tide works its wonders in the dishpan as well as the washing machine. No soap can match Tide. In fact, Procter & Gamble's amazing Tide washes dishes cleaner than any soap in the world. Tide cuts grease better than any soap in the world. And Tide never leaves any scum in the dishwater. You never end up with a greasy ring round the pan. But you do end up with glasses and dishes that rinse and dry, sparkling and clear, even without wiping. Because Tide leaves no cloudy film to dull their brightness. And Tide gives oceans of suds instantly. They're kind to the hand suds that even look and feel different. And in hardest water, how they last and last. Haven't you felt that dishwashing could use a miracle? Well, Tide's it. Try Tide in your dishpan. It's a dishwashing miracle.
A page from the Mean Little Kid's diary.
Can you remember as a little kid, you happened to do a good deed by accident, and you're still wondering why everybody made such a fuss over you? Well, it happened to Junior, the mean little kid.
Junior, where are you?
Oh, yucky dough.
Oh, Junior, how can you get so dirty?
Well, it's a chemical reaction.
A chemical reaction?
Yeah, you just mix away the water with some dirt and you got mud, and from there on it's easy.
You just get upstairs and mix some water with some soap and get it off.
Okay.
And hurry, because we're going to the dedication of our new dam.
Hey, Mummy, what's a dam?
Well, it's a barrier to obstruct the flow of water on a river or a stream. Then the water is used as a power to turn the dynamos which generate electricity.
You're a windy old bird, ain't you? Hey, is the girl of Bunker Hill going to go with us?
If you mean your grandmother, yes. She's making a speech at the dedication.
Oh.
Now, you go clean up.
Okay, I go nip it.
Junior! Don't use the guest towel.
Oh, I won't dirty them. I'll just rumple them up a little so the guests won't be afraid to use them.
Junior!
Put
on your little Lord Fauntleroy suit.
Oh, no! I'm not going to wear that sissy outfit.
Oh, that's not a sissy.
Yes, it is.
It's gotten you a lot of compliments.
He got me a lot of black eyes, too. Even those good kids beat up on me every time they see me. And besides, my legs are too skinny for short pants.
They are not.
Oh, no. Well, the last time I wore that suit, Namo says, hold still, you got a loose thread hanging from your pants. And she nearly yanked me leg off. Where's me suit with the long pants?
I hid it.
You hid it? You probably gave it away because you're always saying that you don't want me to grow old. And long pants make me look older, and you gave it away. You gave it away.
I didn't give it away.
You did.
It's in my clothes closet.
I knew I'd find out what it was.
Here. What was the matter with little Iron Lung?
Oh, she hid me long... She hid me long pants, and now I got to wear that awful monkey suit.
Oh, now, speaking of hiding things, have you seen your grandfather's false teeth?
Well, last time I see them, they was in a glass of water, and the water must have been awful cold because they were just chattering away.
Someone has taken them.
No. Now, who would do the trick like that?
I think I know who took them.
And I think I know who took them.
And I think I know who took them. But the question is now, is any of us here stool pigeons?
Where are they, Junior?
Well, I'd rather not say, but the next time Grandpa throws a bone to me dog, he'll have the pleasure of watching him being gnawed with his own teeth.
You gave your grandfather's teeth to your dog?
Yeah, and he's a funny-looking thing. He's the only puppy in the neighborhood with a lower plate wobble.
Oh, well, we can't worry about them now.
No.
We'd better get a move on or we'll be late for the dedication.
Oh, yes. I will get ready and be right out to the car.
Mother, are you sure you don't want to drive?
No, dear. I don't think I know how to aim it well enough yet.
It ain't funny, but it kills me.
Oh, my. Quite a turnout, isn't it?
Quite a name.
Mother, that officer's signaling for us to pull in beside the speaker's platform.
Well, do as the officer tells you, Lorene. Pull in there.
Pull in there. Came kind of close, didn't you, Peter?
Oh, There's Mayor Flowhouse.
Well, Verna, my dear, I'm so delighted to see you here, my dear. Yeah, World's Fair, me.
Yeah, World's Fair.
Yeah.
I wish they would.
Mayor, have you met my daughter, Lorene?
Your daughter?
Yes.
My. You look so young. Yeah. Say, and what have we here?
A potential kick in the shins, kiddo.
This is Junior, my grandson.
Your grandson?
Shh, not so loud. She'd rather you didn't rub it in, Bob.
My, what a handsome little fellow.
Yeah.
Hey, where did you get those rosy cheeks?
My father was a glass blower.
Well, shall we proceed to the speaker's platform?
Yeah, let's proceed to the speaker's platform.
You need me for anything else, Mayor?
No. Oh, Verna, you know Mr. Idlemore here.
Well, I most certainly do. Yes. And I'm surprised to see you at the dedication. Yes. Heaven knows you fought the project hard enough.
Yes, you
Shall we hurry? We're on the air in just a few minutes.
Hey, is this platform strong enough to hold everybody? You know, old fat girl ain't just there, you know.
My dear boy.
Oh, Mother, save this whipping. We can have it tonight with our popcorn.
We better hurry, Verna.
Come on, Junior.
No, I don't want to go up on that platform. It don't look safe to me. I'm going to stay right here.
Well, then you behave yourself.
Yes, Junior. Now, we're putting you on your honor.
And I'm putting you on the spot.
Mr. Idlemore.
Where he at?
Now, where did that Idlemore disappear
Where'd he
to?
go?
He's supposed to introduce you, Verna.
Well, Mr. Idlemore was here a second ago. You know, Mayor, for some reason, I don't trust that man.
Sometimes he speaks Italian. It's pretty hard to understand.
Oh, Idlemore's got some crackpot ideas, but he's harmless enough. Well, we'll just have to start the ceremonies without him.
No, I see that, Mr. Idlemore. He went down those steps under the dam. I'm going to go after him. I'm going to find out what he's doing. Oh, now down the steps to the tunnel, down to the steps. Boy, it sure is dark in here, isn't it? But I scared? No. Am I kidding myself? Yeah. There's that Mr. Idlemore. He's talking to somebody. I will just sneak over. I just going to see. I can't see them. Oh, now I see them from here. I'll just blow a big bubble out of me bubble gum and hide behind it. That's what I do.
Well, I tell you, I can't go through with it. I did my best to stop the building this dam, but...
Now, wait a minute. I think I heard someone.
It's just a rat.
He knows me pretty well, don't he?
Now, you look, Idlemore. You bungled your job. Now we're going to do it my way.
But blowing up the dam, that's insane.
May I remind you that what you think doesn't matter. The party comes first.
Oh, they're going to have a party. Well, I'll stick around and get some ice cream.
You misled me. When I joined the organization, you told me it was just a social club. That's why I became a member of the All-American Association for the Thinking Sons of the United States.
With a name like that, you know it's got to be a phony organization.
Well, we have to use a name like that to cover up our real purpose. Doesn't that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Like a skunk.
Now, if you have to blow up the dam... You have to blow up the dam, why not do it at night? Not when there are thousands of people here.
Because we have to teach these unmisinformed American citizens that just because they're happy and contented and free, they don't have to put up with it any longer. Now, where's that time bomb?
Right here.
Now, I'll set it for 1 o'clock. That'll give us 10 minutes to get a safe distance away before it goes off.
Well, I hope you said it right.
Oh, stop worrying.
What was that shot?
Me bubblegum just blew up. Scattered all over me kisser again.
Hey, kid, what are you doing down here?
Hey, mister, if you don't want this little clock, can I have it?
Hey, put that down.
Well, I know, I've always wanted a little clock for my bedroom. And
Come on. Let's get out of here.
Here, you're going to run away. I'll take you. Here,
No, hey, kid, get away from us.
Hey, Mummy, Grandma, Mayor, help. These men here, they're going to blow up the dam.
Junior, what on earth are you saying?
I heard these men say they was going to blow up the dam.
Why, that's Idlemore and his friend. We've been trying to pin something on them for a long time. Officer, arrest those men. Don't let them get away.
Don't let them get away. They got them.
Yes, thanks to you.
Junior, what have you there in your hand?
A time bomb.
A time bomb?
Yes.
Oh, now, isn't that... A time bomb!
Good heavens! Give it to me. I'll throw it down the hill.
No, don't throw me clock away. No. Now look what you do. You broke it. By the way, what happened to the hill?
My dear, dear little grandson. My brave little son.
I have so much more than Gregory. Why do I fight it?
Thanks for being with us tonight, and we hope you liked our program well enough to be with us at the same time next week. So until next Friday...
This is Red Skelton saying thanks for listening, folks, and thanks for buying more and more of that Wash Day Miracle Tide.
Tide in, dirt out. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap. T-I-D-E, Tide.
The future of our country depends on the youth of today, and every young American should realize the part he must play in building our nation and keeping it free. It's up to every one of us to try to have a better understanding of youth and its problems. We cannot afford to neglect young America. Procter & Gamble invites you to join us again with Red Skelton next Friday. And now stay tuned to The Life of Riley, which follows immediately. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Abbott and Costello program. Listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes. Tonight's guest, the famous columnist, is Hedda Hopper, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Oh, there you are, Costello. Oh, boy, Abbott, boy, something terrible just happened.
What happened?
Here, read this telegram.
Now, let's see it. It says, your uncle's will has just been read, and you have inherited $3 million. Why, Costello, that's great. What are you crying about, though?
It ain't my telegram. I found it on the street.
Oh.
And I'm mad.
All right, now that's ridiculous. Now listen, as mayor of Sherman Oaks, I've called a meeting at City Hall tonight to decide that we've decided to publish a paper. We need new ideas.
Oh, well, Abbott, I got an idea for your newspaper that'll stand people on their heads.
What's your idea?
Print your paper upside down. That was a funny joke.
All right, never mind that. We don't want no kind of jokes. Just talk sense, please.
Okay, I'll talk sense. Now, look, Abbott, what do you want me to take charge of the paper?
What do you know about the newspaper business?
I wrote a 4-page article in the Examiner this morning on fresh milk. Here, look at it.
4 pages on milk.
4 pages on milk.
I only see 2 lines.
The editor condensed it.
Condensed it?
I didn't have much. It was all just skimmed news.
Skimmed? All right, Costello. You don't know anything about news.
Who don't? Did you know that the Joneses, who live across the street from you, had a fight last night, and Mr. Jones left the house for good?
Are you sure that he left her for good?
I'm positive. He even erased his ring from the bathtub.
Costello, that's not the kind of news we want. We want stories about important people, celebrities.
Then I'm your man, Abbott. I'm the kid you're looking
now
for.
Now you're talking.
Did you know that Ann Sheridan lives right next door to me?
She does?
Yes. And did you know that every morning she sings in the shower?
Costello, that's news.
You said it, and that's not all.
Not all?
No. This morning, when she was singing in the shower...
Yes?
I sneaked out my back door.
Yes, yes.
I tiptoed over close to her house.
Yes, yes.
Brother, can she sing?
Costello, will you please be serious? Oh, here's Ken Niles.
Good evening, Costello. Hello, Mayor Abbott. Say, Bud, I understand you're going to start a newspaper, and I'd like to write a daily column on household pets. I know all about animals.
I'll see you do. Look at that old horse you married.
Now, stop that. I think Ken is just the man to give advice on the care of pets.
Oh, yeah? He gave me a flea cure for my dog. Now I can't find the dog.
Look, all I told you to do was rub the dog down with alcohol.
I did that. The fleas got drunk and dragged the dog away. Now I'll never see my little Girdle again.
Girdle?
Girdle.
How did you happen to name your dog Girdle?
Because we keep him tied up all day and then let him out at night.
And another thing, Bud, your newspaper will need a woman's touch. You know, my lovely wife is a regular news hawk.
With that beak, she looks more like a pelican. She looks more like a pelican.
Oh, I heard that remark, you fat food filcher.
I said it for you to hear. That's how we bring you in each week.
Oh, so you don't like my face, eh? You want to make something out of it?
Do I want to make something out of it? If I was an Indian, I'd make a totem pole out of it.
Now, Costello.
And I would make you lonely.
Aye, Costello, please. Mrs. Niles may be very valuable on our newspaper.
Oh, she may be. This is somebody's line, this is mine. Thank you.
Go ahead. Now, come on.
Yes, sir.
Be a nice boy.
You could put her picture in the weather column.
The weather column? Wait a minute, Costello. What would my wife's picture be doing in the weather column?
After looking at her face, 9 days of rain would be a pleasure. Including electrical storms.
Yes.
With thunder.
Yeah. All right, never mind that. Forget about it.
Flash your lights.
All right. Quiet.
Those pleasure nights.
Quiet, Costello. Just a minute now.
It's a puss on that kid.
Now, wait a minute. If Mrs. Niles will accept, I'm going to make her the fashion editor of the woman's page.
Ah, you've made a wise choice, Mr. Rabbit. Just look at her. Doesn't she dress beautifully?
Oh, Kenneth. Oh, Mr. Abbott, this is just an old thing that I wear to peel potatoes.
It looks like the old thing the potatoes came in. Oh, nothing. Maybe if you took out some of the potatoes, you wouldn't look so lumpy. Hello. Oh, I like that one.
Take it easy.
You should talk. You.
Yes, I should talk. Continue.
You bargain basement blubberhead.
What's the matter? Don't you like the suit I'm wearing?
You call that a suit, huh? It looks like a mistake with sleeves.
I'll say, just look at him. The drape in his coat doesn't even cover the droop in his pants.
Oh, darling, you certainly dusted him off.
Oh, no, sweetheart. You're the one that dusted him off.
Oh, my footsie, you really dusted him off.
If Fibber McGee is listening, I'll trade him 2 old dust mops for a can of wax.
Costello, you've got to stop insulting people. You'll never make a newspaper man.
Abbott, I'll be the best reporter you ever saw. I've got some hot news right now.
Yes? What is it?
I just saw Shirley Temple in the drugstore eating a sundae.
You call that hot news?
Certainly. It was a hot fudge sundae.
Oh, don't be silly. I want headline news. News of worldwide importance.
Well, why didn't you say so? Hand me that telephone.
What are you going to do?
Hello, operator. Give me Adolf Hitler in Berlin.
Adolf Hitler?
Yes, he gives me all the news.
No.
Yes.
Hello, was ist los? Wo sparen Sie? Öffnet den Erd.
Hello, Adolf. What's new?
Meine Freunde und Schweine huten alle zusammen.
Is that so?
Im rechten Genug und halten huten Schweine huten Kitchen. Oh, sie machen zusammen. So muss ich. Und im rechten Weile Kleinigkeit. Oh, sie machen zusammen.
Costello, come here. What did Hitler say?
What are you asking me for? Even the Germans can't understand him. Hello, Sherman Oaks Gazette. Reporter Costello speaking.
Costello, this is the editor of the Hollywood Evening Sun. Since you started your newspaper, the circulation of the Evening Sun is going down and down and down.
What about it?
I hate to say, the Evening Sun go down. Good evening, friends.
That Crosby should stick to his scalp. What happened to us?
Are you ready to go to press?
Oh, yes. Today I'll press you first.
Oh, don't you pressing me too tight.
All right, then. You press me. Now I'll press you. Now you press me. Now I'll press press you
Costello. This is a newspaper office. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm just trying to see if the presses are working.
I'm telling you for the last time, Costello. You've got to stop wasting time around the office. From now on, you're going to be our police reporter.
Police reporter?
Yes. Now, let me explain your duties. Now, let's suppose you're standing on the corner of 1st and Main Street. It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Am I with a beautiful girl?
Certainly not.
Well, then what am I doing out so late?
All right. You're a police reporter, and you're on duty.
Yes.
Suddenly, a car whizzes around the corner. A girl leaps out and yells, "Help! Help! I'm being kidnapped!"
Oh, boy, kidnappers. That's my meat.
Now, you've got to go after them.
Oh, good. That's my meat.
Oh, there's going to be shooting, murder, and bloodshed.
Oh, boy, I'm a vegetarian.
Never mind that. You must tear after the kidnappers. Where's your car?
Standing over there by the curb.
Oh, new car, old top.
No, old car, new top.
Oh, quiet. Quickly, you jump into your car, and you stop the motor.
Wait a minute, Abbott. First, I got to put on a new pair of pants.
New pants for what?
The guy that sold me the car said I had to put on new seat covers.
Oh, no. You go
I didn't
tearing
get that
after...
one either.
Never mind, I don't like it either. Just keep quiet. You go tearing after the kidnappers. There they are. They're gaining on them. They're gaining on each other. You're right in back of them. Then what do?
I stop.
Well, why did you stop?
I'm out of gas.
All right, you're out of gas. Quick. You pull into that filling station and tell the man you want Ethel.
Suppose it's her day off.
Will you stop that? Just tell the man to put Ethel in your car.
Why should he put Ethel in my car? I don't even know the girl.
Look, Costello, all I want you to do is to get tanked up with Ethel.
Tanked up with Ethel?
Yes.
I never even touched the stuff.
Oh, forget it. You get your gas, and away you go again. Suddenly you see the gangster's car. You pull up alongside of them and put on your handbrake.
Put on what?
What do you put on in case of an emergency?
My bathrobe.
Oh, come on. Forget your bathrobe. You crawl out on your running board.
Without my bathrobe?
Yes, without your bathrobe. And jump over to the other car while it is going 90 miles an hour. Whoops.
What happened?
You slipped. You're hanging on by a hair.
Which hair?
What's the difference which hair?
Some of them are falling out.
All right, never mind your hair.
No.
Never mind that. You climb into the kidnapper's car. You knock them right. You knock them left.
Yeah.
You take the girl in your arms.
Good.
She looks up at you tenderly.
Yes.
Her eyes are flutter.
Yes.
She says...
Yes.
Good evening, everybody. This is Hedda Hopper. Hello, boys. What's cooking?
A couple of hams. Hey, Abbott, get this dame out of here. Now, come on. Tell me some more about the girl that I'm saving.
Quiet, Costello. This lady really is Hedda Hopper, the famous columnist. Don't you know Hedda Hopper?
Don't I know Hedda Hopper? I know her whole family.
You do?
I went to school with her brother, Hippity.
Hippity?
Yeah. Hippity Hopper.
Oh.
And her sister works at a drive-in, Car Hopper.
Oh, shut up.
She's got an uncle that's a waiter, Table Hopper.
Oh.
I met her husband, Grass.
Grasshopper, all right.
Oh, yeah, Grasshopper.
Pay no attention to him, Hedda. You know, Hedda, really, you look very charming tonight.
Oh, thank you, Bud. And you're as handsome as you are tall.
Hey, what about me?
Well, you're as handsome as you're tall, Shorty.
Shorty? Don't talk to me like that, Hopper, or I'll bust your vacuum cleaner.
Now, what would I be doing with a vacuum cleaner?
Where else could you get all that dirt?
Don't talk like that, Costello, or Miss Hopper will never put you in her column.
Well, she don't have to. I'll give her my own news. Hey, Hedda, did you know that Hoosers who was out with Watsons over at, whose? And they said so-and-so about, whatchamacallit?
You know, I heard about that.
You did?
Yes, but this is the first time I ever got the details.
Hedda, I invited you over here tonight to offer you a job of gossip columnist on our new paper, the Sherman Oaks Gazette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd be so happy to help you out. I know everything that's going on in Hollywood, New York, Chicago, Philadelphia, Boston.
Nosy old dame, ain't she?
Costello, gossip is Miss Hopper's business.
I know all about her business. She peeks through keyholes.
Costello, I do not peek through keyholes.
Then how come you're only bloodshot in one of your eyes?
Now, be careful what you say, Costello.
I am. I ain't going to give her a chance to talk about me. I don't think. Where am I? I see my place. Thank you. Okay. I got it. Now, listen here, Rabbit. If Hedda Hopper goes out to work in the Sherman Oaks Gazette, I quit.
That's better.
I should make it bigger print. You can't see. She's got to prove to me that she can write a gossip column.
Costello, Hedda has wonderful contacts. She has a host of friends.
That's right. I know Cary Grant from the RKO lot, Hedy Lamarr from the Metro lot, Bing Crosby from the Paramount lot.
Yes, but do you know Cockeyed Louie?
Where's he from?
From the parking lot.
Oh, Costello, shut up.
Here's little Connie Haynes to sing the lovely new tune, Spring Will Be...
Hello, Sherman Oaks Gazette. Lou Costello speaking. What's that? You're in trouble again? No, I'm not going to help you anymore. You're always getting in jams, and I'm always getting you out. This is the end. I'm not getting you out of any more trouble. Goodbye.
Costello, who was that?
Dick Tracy. He's having a lot of trouble lately with Flat Top.
All right, quiet. Did you get any advertising today for our paper?
Yes, I just got a classified ad.
What does it say?
Read it.
Read it? Read it?
That late. Let it alone.
Wait a minute. Didn't you get any advertisings?
Yeah, here it is right here.
What is it?
Man with income tax blank. Would like to meet lady with income.
Oh. Costello, do you realize that the first edition of the Gazette goes to press at midnight, and we haven't got a big front page story yet?
Where's the editor of this paper? I've got to see him. I've got a great story. Take it easy, pal. What's the yarn? I've just become the father of triplets. Hey, would you mind repeating that? Not if I can help it.
Costello, we're wasting time. I've got to have a story.
I'll tell you a story, Abbott. Once there was a traveling salesman.
Hey, no, not that story.
Yes, please.
Never mind.
Good evening, boys.
Oh, it's Hedda Hopper.
Are you ready to go to press?
Yes, come on, Hedda. First I'll press you. Come on, now you press me.
No. Costello, you can't do that to Miss Hopper.
Now, you keep out of this. I belong to the press club.
Oh.
Come on, Hedda. Let's test those presses again. Boy, you sure can be happy with your nest egg.
What nest egg?
Don't tell me that thing on your head is a hat.
Now, Costello.
What time do you feed it?
Just a minute. Don't make fun of Miss Hopper's hat. She's famous for her hats.
Oh, this hat I'm wearing I got at Saks Fifth Avenue. At $50, it's a good buy.
Yes. Goodbye, $50. What time do you expect it to go south?
Now, look. Look, you two. I hate to interrupt, but our newspaper goes to press in 2 hours, and we still haven't got a big front page story.
Oh, that reminds me. I can tell you how to get a great story. My dear friend, the Duchess of Frappingham, has just arrived in Hollywood, and she's having a big housewarming tonight. The whole Blue Book has been invited. Meet me there, and I'll introduce you to the right people.
But how are we going to get in?
Well, aren't you in Who's Who?
No, I'm in Who's This?
Well, you both join me at the Duchess of Frappingham's, and I'm sure you'll get a story. I'll see you later, boys.
Well, here we are, Costello. The Duchess of Frappingham's. Now, remember, mind your manners. When they pass the food, say I'm not hungry. When they pass the drinks, say I'm not thirsty.
Okay, but when they pass the girls, I'm going to ad-lib.
Now, quiet. Now, be careful how you act, Costello. We must get a story for our paper from the Duchess. Now, let's go on in.
Okay. Boy. Hey, Abbott, this is some party.
Yes, it's very classy. Look, here's the butler announcing the guests. Listen.
Presenting Lord and Lady Fotheringay from Stratford-on-Avon, the Duke of Lockenbridge from Terrington-on-the-Thames,
Luke Costello from Dribbling on the Bib, egg on the chin, and gravy on the vest. Sloppy, ain't I?
Oh, shut up, Costello.
Gentlemen, may I have your cards, please? And go! You're old Bud Abbott, Mayor of Sherman Oaks.
And here's my card.
But, sir, this is a baseball with nothing on it.
That's me. Nothing on the ball.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. You have no invitation. I cannot admit you.
Wait a minute. There's Hedda Hopper over there. She knows us. Hey, Hedda! Tell this flunky who we are.
Heathcliff?
Yes, madam.
I don't even know these bums.
Bums? I come from society. I beg your pardon, Miss Hopper, but I rub shoulders with Mrs. Vanderbilt, and I rub shoulders with Mrs. Oster, and I rub shoulders with Mrs. Whitney.
You rub shoulders with them?
Yes, and when my back stopped itching, I walked away.
Heathcliff?
Heathcliff. What a name. Heathcliff. Oh, Heathcliff. Rebecca. That's from Wuthering Heights.
A Heathcliff.
Heard you the first time.
Throw those two bums out.
It will be a pleasure, madam.
Oh, Abbott. Abbott! I think my leg's broken. When I bite it, I can't feel anything.
You're biting my leg.
I wondered why there wasn't any meat on it.
Oh, boys, come on over here.
Hey, it's Hedda Hopper. Hedda, what happened?
Come in through the side door. I couldn't let you in the front way without an invitation. Now come with me and I'll introduce you to the Earl of Buckingham, the Earl of Brittenham, and the Earl of Cunningham.
That's a lot of Earl.
That's a lot of ham.
My, Miss Hopper, this place is certainly furnished beautifully.
Oh, everything comes from England. All this furniture is covered with mohair. The sofas are covered with mohair, the chairs, everything's covered with mohair.
It's a wonder Moe's got any hair left. He's got more hair than you have, Abbott.
All right, quiet.
That chair over there looks better dressed than us.
Hey, look. Heather, we've got to get a story. Where's the Duchess?
There she is, talking to some friends in the trophy room.
Hey, Abbott, look at that big stuffed moose head by the fireplace.
Shh, that's the Duchess.
Her antlers fooled me.
Oh, now come along and I'll introduce you. Oh, Duchess, may I present Abbott and Costello of the Sherman Oaks Gazette.
Oh, how do you do?
Look out, Abbott! She's seasick! She must have had a rough trip coming over here from pinball on the tilt. Hello, Ducky. Listen, I got to get a story. I'm going to press.
Going to press? Oh, I love that one. You press me, and I'll press you, and you press me.
Here we go again, Abbott.
Cut it out, Costello. Get the story.
Oh, I think journalism is too divine.
It's too divine.
It's too divine. Yes, it's too.
Train leaving on track 5.
Woo! 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 Woo!
And now let the Duchess tell you. And now let the Duchess tell you her story.
Yes. Mr. Costello, this party celebrates the anniversary of my debut. I came out in 1912.
On parole?
Costello!
And in honor of this occasion, I'm wearing the same gown. This is my coming out dress.
Oh, it is. If I had a shoehorn, I'd shove you back in again.
Oh, what an insult. Heathcliff, throw these bounders out.
That will be a pleasure, madam. Come on now. I'll tell you.
Hey, get out! Cut it out! Cut it out!
Oh.
He can't do that to me. I'm going to tell that guy a thing or two.
Are you back again?
Yes, I'm back again.
Now, look, I've thrown you out of here twice. The first time I blackened your eyes and broke 3 of your ribs.
That's right.
And the second time, I knocked out your front teeth and fractured your skull and collarbone.
That's right.
Then what are you doing back here again?
I just want to show you there's no hard feelings.
Oh, come on, Costello. We've got to go to press.
Not with you. You don't even appeal to me.
Oh, get out of here.
Okay.
Well, Costello, don't forget our guests next week will be Blondie and Dagwood Bumstead.
Oh, I know that Dagwood very well. He gets in a lot of trouble, don't he, Abbott?
What do you mean?
I went to grammar school with him. Once he came home with hives, and the teacher threw him out.
No, they can't throw you out of school for having hives.
These hives had bees in them.
Oh, quiet. Good night, folks.
Good night.
Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is chair, C-H-A-I-R.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is,
the one, the only...
What a bore. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $1,000 tonight for one of our couples.
We have a couple of young single people for you tonight.
This is Fire Dome Fenneman, in case you forget.
These young single people were chosen from our studio audience just before we went on the air. Miss Louise Callahan and Mr. Harold Goodman. Come in and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you use every day. Louise Callahan and Harold Goodman. Louise, say this. There's quite a lot of you, isn't there? How much of you is there, Louise?
165 pounds.
6
6 feet tall.
6 feet tall, and you weigh 165, huh? Where are you from?
I'm from Shamokin, Pennsylvania.
Oh, well, I'm smoking now, huh? Where are you from, Harold?
Indiana Harbor, Indiana.
How old are you, Harold?
27.
27, huh? Well, you're a fine-looking lad.
Thank you.
What sort of work do you do, my lad?
I'm a physician.
Oh, a doctor, eh?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is there any difference between a doctor and a physician? Except the fee, I mean.
Well, many professions apply the name doctor to their title, but a physician is...
That's a euphemism, isn't it?
A euphemism is
yes,
fine.
Yes, well, euphemism and me for using that. You know, I'm curious, what made you decide to become a doctor in the first place?
Well, that's a question that I've been asked many times, and it's a very difficult one to answer.
Was this after you operated they asked you that? Well, how do you answer that query?
The answer of necessity has to be very nebulous and vague, and I just can't give you a specific...
Well, we don't object to a nebulous answer.
You don't?
Oh, no.
Well, it offers a great...
You'd be surprised how nebulous we can get on this show.
I've seen you before, and I'm sure that... the field, of course...
How would you like it if I practiced medicine, huh? I'm allegedly the comic on this show.
Medicine offers a great deal of variety and interest.
Well, show business offers a lot of variety, too.
I would like very
much to be in every week,
huh? I would like to be in
the way you're going now, it won't be a matter of a few minutes. You may be sitting here, and I may be rolling bandages. Wanting something better. Go on now, what were you saying?
I think I'd finished.
Oh, you finished? Well, how'd you make out?
There you are.
Well, that was quite interesting, and I've learned a lot from that, Doc. Now, you say that this is a kind of a nebulous answer you could only give, a vague answer. I hate to bring up an unpleasant subject like this, but weren't you at all interested in the financial returns of being a doctor?
It's a long time before that comes around. You spend 4 years in college. That takes a great deal of money. 4 years in medical school also costs a good deal. This is followed by a year of internship at the rate of about 10 cents an hour. If you want to specialize, a residency for 3 or 4 years at 15 cents an hour. Then out in practice, it'll take a little while to get established.
15 cents an hour?
It's quite good these days.
Well, it costs you 60 cents to shoot pool for an hour. Why couldn't you skip all those preliminaries and just hang up a shingle when you get out of high school?
Well, that would be unethical, and besides, you'd get caught.
Well, suppose they nailed you a few times. You'd save 12 years anyway. Now, Louise, what sort of work have you been doing?
I used to be the human fish at the Mommy Biltmore in Florida.
You were a human fish?
Yes.
Did you have a worm in your mouth?
No, I'll tell you about it, Groucho.
Well, I wish you would.
What they did was put a harness on me, and there was a man with a pole and a line, and I would go out in the water and swim real hard and try to fight it, and people on the sides would make bets and to see if I would stay out in the water or whether he pulled me in or not.
Well, after they caught you, did they hang you over the mantle? Or... Imagine coming home and explaining this to your wife. Say, I just caught this fish. Well, you make a splendid couple, and now the rest is up to you. I've done all I can. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,000 question. But first, I want everybody to listen to this.
Friends, what do you want in a car?
An engine might be nice.
If you're looking for the highest standards of safety and performance, you should own a DeSoto.
How about if you're looking for little things, like wheels?
Well, Groucho, no matter what you're looking for, you'll do better with a DeSoto. You mentioned engines. DeSoto, you know, has the sensational 160-horsepower Fire Dome V8 engine. The engine specifically designed to give you top performance under all conditions. The DeSoto Fire Dome gives you surging power plus real economy because the Fire Dome was built to run at peak efficiency on ordinary fuels, not expensive premium fuels. The mighty DeSoto Fire Dome V8 engine means you'll always have power when you want it, power when you need it. And as for wheels, DeSoto offers you wonderful safety rim wheels, an extra safety factor. DeSoto's safety rim wheels have special protective ridges designed to hold the tire securely on the rim in case of a blowout. This helps you control the car and bring it to a safe stop. So you see, friends, for outstanding performance and wonderful safety, your next car should be a DeSoto. Tomorrow, drop in at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Take the 5-mile trial in the mighty DeSoto Fire Dome 8 or the famous DeSoto PowerMaster 6. Prove to yourself that your next car should be a DeSoto. And don't forget, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the low-priced car most like high-priced cars.
All right, now let's see how you work together as a team. Fireman, Fire Dome Fenneman.
Yes, sir.
Would you mind explaining the rules to these young culprits, young couple?
Well, you bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question later on in the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. From our list of 20 categories, you selected songs written by famous personalities as your category. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try? 1950. Billy Rose and several others combined their talents to write this song. Give me the title of it. Okay, Jerry.
Me and My Shadow.
Me and My Shadow is right.
Well, a good start. You have $39.50.
The song has been made famous by the old master Ted Lewis. $39 you're going to bet? Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, you're going to bet $39. Rudy Valley had a hand in writing this song. Give me the title.
Good night, sweetheart.
Good night, sweetheart is right.
You now have $78.50.
How much you going to bet?
78.
Here's the third question. $78. Bing Crosby was one of the writers of this song. What's the name of it? Play it, Jerry. Ghost of a Chance with You is right.
You now find for $156.50.
How much of this are you going to bet this time? $156.50.
All of it.
You going to shoot the works? Here we go. It's your last chance to beat the other couples. In 1924, Al Jolson helped write this song. Let's see if you can identify it. California, here I come.
And you'll wind up with $313.
Yeah, Louise, you're a fine couple. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Groucho, we invited some Red Cross workers to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Marjorie Stevens. Her partner is a husband who volunteered, Mr. George Heckenkamp. Folks, come in and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Wife. Say the sacred word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you use every day. Marjorie Stevens, eh?
Yes.
And Mr. George Heckenkamp.
Right.
Say, that's a cute uniform, Marjorie, and you're a cute girl. Are you a CB?
No. This is a Red Cross uniform.
Oh, well, you don't look very cross. Do you do anything else aside from Red Cross work?
Yes, I help an orthodontist.
Oh. Well, he goes to his church, and everybody goes to theirs. George Heckenkamp, huh?
Yes.
Where are you from?
I'm originally from Quincy, Illinois.
Oh, I had the Quincy for a while. I played in Quincy. I was long before you were born, though, I think. Are you married, George?
Yes, I am, sir.
Mm-hmm. How'd you meet your wife?
Well, she was dancing with a fellow I didn't like one time, and I cut in on him and been dancing with her ever since.
You dance 24 hours a day? Was your wife pleased at this turn of events?
Well, I'm married to her. She
Answer my question, George. None of this nebula stuff. We've had enough nebulae tonight. What did you do in Quincy?
Well, I didn't do too much in Quincy. I moved to Pittsfield, Illinois.
What did you do in Pittsfield? Moved to Peoria?
No, I had a flower shop there, florist shop.
Oh, I see. And everything went to pot? How'd you make out there?
Well, I lost money.
Oh. That was pretty prophetic, wasn't it? What did you do when you came to California?
Well, I opened 2 flower shops out here.
Well, that was pretty smart, George. You got wiped out in one flower shop, and you thought you'd do it with 2 shops. You figured you could go under much faster that way, is that it? You're a pretty shrewd cookie, George. How'd you make out the second time?
I lost twice as much.
George, I hate to say this, but in the flower business, I'd say you're a blooming idiot. Now, if you're crazy about losing money, I happen to know a little oil deal up in Wyoming. Now, this is a very attractive deal. You could get wiped out overnight. What did you do to make money, George?
Well, I worked for an airline at night, and I worked for a bank during the day.
Well, that wasn't very bright, George. If you really wanted to make money, you should have worked at the airline during the day and the bank at night. Are you sure you got the right girl, George?
I think so.
What are you doing now, George?
Well, I'm a motorcycle officer for the State Highway Patrol.
George, I think you're one of the finest men I've ever met. And if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to call on me. What do you do for the Red Cross, Marjorie?
I'm a driver. We take hostesses to the hospital.
Take the hostess with the mostess on the board.
To entertain the boys who are in the hospitals and can't get out. And they play games and cards, and then we take doctors to the blood mobiles and nurses' aides. And men go to different sports around town, like your football games and boxing and all that sort of thing. And we just
I'm an old sport. Would you come to me some night? Well, seriously, you guys are doing a wonderful job. Now, how much do you get paid for all this work? There's a lot of work, isn't there?
Nothing.
This is all volunteer?
Yes.
Well, you're doing an even greater job than I thought, Marjorie. It's just...
Thank you.
And if George wasn't married, I'd see what I could work up here between you two. George, let's get back to your job. For example, how did you happen to become a motorcycle cop? You were leading a fairly comparatively honest life up to now.
I'd been interested in police work a long time, and I took a civil service exam, and I passed it, and while I was...
How fast were you going?
Well, while I was waiting for my exam to be called, my appointment, I received 4 traffic tickets in 2 weeks, and so I decided if I couldn't beat them, I better join them.
George, there's one thing that bothers a lot of motorists. Why is it you motorcycle cops always hide behind a billboard?
Well, we don't hide behind billboards unless they build them while we're sitting there. It's against regulations. We've got to stay out in the open all the time.
You say you're always out in the open?
Yes, sir.
Well, this may surprise you, but I think it's a good thing you are, George. We need you fellas. It takes a lot of courage to control all the screwballs who hit it up on the highways. And I think you're doing a great job. And it's a very dangerous job. And I want to congratulate you. And anything I said, said in fine. That she owes to you, too. You're a couple of fine citizens. Now, in just a minute, I'm going to give you both a chance to make some money. But first, I just want to remind both of you to take a ride in the new DeSoto Fire Dome 8. You'll be as crazy about it as I am. Now, you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. Can't tell you how much you have to win, but Fire Dome George is going to remind our listeners.
The doctor and his partner won $313, and the secret word is chair.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected state landmarks, right?
Yes, sir.
Here's your first question. How much are you going to go for? Talk right up, kids.
We'll shoot the works, $20.
Shoot the works. All right. In what state do you find the famous Pikes Peak?
Colorado.
Colorado is right.
You now have $40.
Let me go in for $1,000 tonight. How much of the $40 you going to bet this time?
Let's go $40.
As well.
$40.
$40. In what state do you find Bryce Canyon?
Utah.
Utah is right.
You've now climbed to $80.
Here's your third question. How much of the 80?
Shoot the works. All the way.
In what state do you find the famed Everglades?
In Florida.
Florida is right.
You now have $160.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much are you going to go for?
I'll shoot the works all the way.
Shoot the works. In what state do you find the Grand Coulee Dam?
Washington. I'd say Washington.
Washington is right.
You wind up with $320.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We have
a real cute couple, wasn't it?
We have a young couple for you now, Groucho, who recently became parents. They volunteered from our studio audience. Mr. Gordon Walker and Mrs. Annie McWhinney Walker. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you'll win $100. It's a common word, something you use every day. Ann and Gordon Walker. Let's see, Mr. and Mrs. Walker, huh?
That's right.
And your new parents?
Uh-huh.
Well, it's a good thing you're both Walkers. It'll come in handy around 2 in the morning, huh? How old are you, Gordon?
32.
32? I thought you were about 22.
Thank you.
Oh. And Mrs. Annie McWhinney Walker, huh?
Ann.
McWhinney, eh? Was your mother frightened by a horse? What kind of a name is McWhinney?
Scotch.
Annie? Eh?
Scotch.
Oh, Scotch, yeah. Well, what kind of Scotch are you? Domestic or imported?
Imported.
Were you born in Scotland?
No, I was born in the Isle of Man.
Oh. The Isle of Man?
Mm-hmm.
What were you doing there, you hussy?
That's just the name of the place. There are actually lots of women there.
Oh. Well, is that near Boys Town, the Isle of Man?
No, it's a tiny island between Ireland and England.
Oh. Now, Fenneman says your new parents, how old is your child, Gordon?
We have 3 of them.
You have triplets? Well, congratulations. And how old are the little kids?
Douglas is 5, Linda is 4, and Keith is 12 weeks.
Really? That much time between them? Those triplets must have made medical history. How did you meet Gordon?
Oh, that's kind of a complicated story.
I don't doubt it. And with 3 youngsters around, it's getting more complicated all the time. Couldn't you break it down into small installments? Go ahead. How'd you meet him?
Well, it started through Gordon's boss, who was interested in stamp collecting. And,
Gordon's boss was interested in stamp collecting?
Uh-huh.
And now you have 3 kids? I don't know.
Well, I had a brother who was a prisoner of war. And
where was this?
he was in Libya. Gordon's boss was interested in getting a stamp from a prisoner of war. So he wrote to my brother, and he couldn't reply directly to America because it was neutral. So he wrote to Mr. Lund, that was Gordon's boss, and addressed the letter to me in Scotland.
Let's get this straight now. Where was Gordon's boss?
In Martinez, California.
He was in California. You were in Quincy. Your brother was in Libya. And you were in Scotland. And they're all collecting stamps, and now they got 3 kids. Shows you what a wonderful world we're living in. Somebody told you that 30 years ago, you'd have said they were mad. Now, how did Gordon get involved in all this?
Well, he read one of my letters. Mr. Lund's
a
wife.
sneak thief, eh?
Mr. Lund's wife and myself corresponded, and Gordon saw one of my letters and was interested, and he wrote to me.
When did you two finally meet each other?
We met after we decided to get married.
Wasn't that rather hazardous?
Well, it wasn't any riskier than marrying a girl that I'd known.
Well, that's logical, I guess. That sounds like the right words from the father of 3 children. Now, how long did this orgy of letter writing continue?
4 years.
And I'm surprised you didn't marry the postman. You said you saw more of him than you did of Gordon. Did your family, what did they have to say about this unusual courtship?
Oh, my mother was very excited about it. My dad went around to all his friends saying, "Look what Gordon got in the mail."
Some people have all the luck. All I had to get in the mail are blotters from the telephone company. What sort of work do you do, Gordon?
Well, I'm an analytical chemist for the Shell Oil Company.
Oh. Well, has he shelled out pretty regularly? Do you know much about his chemistry work, Ann?
No, it's all double Dutch to me.
It's what?
Yeah, it's all double Dutch to me.
Double Dutch, huh?
I don't understand it, but when I can't get to sleep at night, he tells me about it, and I go right to sleep.
He probably originally married her because he wanted someone to understand him. Someone to be close by his side through thick and thin. She's only there through thick, I think. And there's something that's been bothering me. If you were born in the Isle of Man, how is it you have a Scotch burr?
We moved to Glasgow when I was 3.
Oh, you went to Glasgow. Mm-hmm. Did you belong to Glasgow?
No.
I know a song about Glasgow, you know. Will Fife used to sing it. Did you ever hear that song?
I belong to Glasgow?
Yeah. Could you sing it? Huh? Would you sing it with me?
All right.
Can you sing?
A little.
Hasn't stopped me. Yeah. Okay, here we go. I belong to Glasgow, good old Glasgow town. But there's something the matter with Glasgow, for it's going round and round. And I'm only a common old working chap, as anyone can see. When I get a couple of drinks on a Saturday, Glasgow belongs to me. What about me? We both lost our heads in that song. You know, we may have more in common than Gordon and she has. Well, you're a nice young couple, and obviously the post office did an excellent job as Cupid. And I wish the both of you a long and a happy life together. Now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. You got to run your $20 no more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much to win. You have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The Red Cross worker and the police officer lead with $320.
Okay, here we go. FCO High can bill you $20. You selected the animal kingdom. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$19.99.5.
What do you call a male deer?
Buck.
Buck is right.
You have $39.99.5.
Now, how much of the $39.99.5 are you going to go for?
We'll save a half a cent and bet $39.99.
Thank you.
Okay. What do you call a baby horse?
A colt.
Colt is right. You have $79.98.5.
Yes. See that?
Now, how much are you going to go for? This is the third question.
We'll save a half a cent again. $79.98. That makes it, doesn't it?
Okay. What do you call a female sheep?
You.
Don't call it to me. Call it to you. That's right, to you. She knew that from the bunny backs of Skelton over there.
You have $159.96.5.
Here's your last chance to be the other couple. How much will you bet?
We'll still save a half a cent.
All right. What do you call a baby bear?
A cub.
A cub is right. What do you call a baby when he isn't bear? Cute.
And you wind up with $319.92.5. And that means that the Red Cross girl and the police officer, with $320 in just 1 minute, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth deal.
Thank
Gentlemen, let me tell you something about used cars. Do you know you've got to be mighty careful where you buy one?
That's right, Groucho.
My advice is go to the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. He has a wide selection of popular makes and models.
And when you buy from him, you know you're getting a really reliable car that'll give you plenty of good service.
That's true, George, and that's because the DeSoto Plymouth dealer has a reputation to uphold. A reputation for fair and square dealing.
So for a good used car, at a fair price, easy terms, go to your DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
And when you do, tell them Groucho sent you.
Remember, wherever you see those two great names linked together, DeSoto and Plymouth, you can always be sure of a fair and square deal. Here's the Red Cross girl and the police officer, Groucho. The winning couple, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
Well, how do you feel, Smart?
I don't know. Scared.
Now, if you win this money, stop hiding behind billboards, will you? All right, for $1,000, I give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. America's most famous ship, Ironside, actually had compass sides which were installed and designed by a great patriot. For $1,000, who was this famous craftsman? All right, kids, what's the answer you two have decided upon?
I think it was Paul Revere.
Paul Revere is right. That's right, you win $1,000. How much in the quiz, George?
$320 in the quiz.
$1,320. Well, congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Thank you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see DeSoto Fire Domate tomorrow.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. The 3 R's of safe driving are ready, reasonable, and right. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, the murkiness of eventide has descended upon peaceful Virginia Avenue as our scene opens now. And as we approach the small house halfway up in the next block, we see Mr. Victor Gook and his son, Mr. Rush Gook, ascending the front porch steps. And the one is saying to the other,
"You ready in the house?"
"Living room."
"You were cruel to drag me away from my game of indoor horseshoes."
Mom told me to trot over to Niece Hubbard's basement and bring you home. I had to obey orders.
"Open the screen door, then."
"Were you winning when I dragged you away?"
"Headache looking like 30 cents."
Hi.
"Ho-ho-ho!" What's the idea of sending disreputable characters to drag me away from my pleasure?
I left it for you, man.
I bet some beautiful woman, heavily veiled and greatly agitated, is hiding under the davenport.
Ruthie's his telephone.
She objects to me pitching indoor horseshoes overnight.
Invite us to go for a spin in the car.
Oh.
Such a lovely evening and all. I thought we
You
would.
accept?
I felt like I had to. Ruthie knew we didn't have any other engagements.
I'd rather take a licking than bump around in that roller skate of Fred's.
Well, I didn't know what to say.
Victor's tired.
Oh, that's no excuse.
Well, you could have said...
I've already accepted the invitation. They'll be around honking the horn out in front pretty soon.
Shucks.
I laid your hat and top coat over the hallway banister. Soon as they pull up to the curb and toot, we'll run right out. May not be for quite a little while yet. Fred has to pump up 3 of the tires.
That's cheerful. A tiny fear gnaws at my heart I'll be pumping up tires later on when we're out on the hard road.
Oh, maybe not.
I want to go to bed early tonight.
I am going to bed early.
You're not joining us?
Makes it a little too late for boys. He's got to be wide awake for school tomorrow.
Tomorrow's Saturday.
Makes it a little too late anyway.
Oh, I don't care. I just as leave go to bed.
What's this too late business? Ain't going to take all night to drive to Shinoa and back, even if Fred does drag along like a snail.
Well, we're not going to Shinoa. Going to Hopewood.
What's the big new glorious idea? I thought Fred never went anywhere but Shinoa.
We're invited to the picture show.
In Hopewood?
Yeah.
Say, you know I hate...
Now, and don't get hot under the collar. It was Fred's notion, and he's so pleased and proud about it, he's dancing the jig.
I'll dance a jig.
Lucy called up and said, "What you people doing?" I thought she was going to suggest 500. So I said we were just sitting here with our teeth in our mouth. And she says, "This great big crazy spendthrift, Fred Stenbottom, here at my elbow, wants to pile you sports in the automobile and drive up to Hopewood and take in the motion pictures." Well, what could I answer back to that?
Victor's tired.
Oh, Victor's tired. I said, "Why, Ruthie, how wonderful." That's all in the wide world I could say.
Bumpity, bumpity, bump. All the way to Hopewood.
I know, but that's the way it is. And we have to make out to Fred like we're delighted till who laid the chump. He thinks it's the cutest idea since the bullet that choked Billy Patterson. Vic and Sade are most likely dying to take in a movie show, and the Bijo is closed for repairs. By George, Ruthie, let's run 'em up to Hopewood and give 'em a treat.
Oh.
So don't you behave grumpy and sour. Act like you're grateful as a horse.
Wish I could go to bed.
I am going to bed.
Thunder, kiddo, it's 35 miles to Hopewood. The way Fred nurses that garbage wagon along the road, it'll take us an hour and a half to get there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's 8 o'clock now. Great guns, we will be out late. Say we get started at 8:30. All right? Add an hour and a half to 8:30 and you got 10 o'clock. Movie show takes about 2 hours. 12 o'clock. Another hour and a half to get home, and it makes it 1:30. We won't be to bed till 2.
Double feature.
Think of it. 2 o'clock. And I wanted to be in the hay by 11.
Oh, well, missing one evening sleep won't kill you.
They got a double feature on at the Hopewood Theater, guy.
No.
Yeah.
Have they say?
Well, that's what Ruthie told me.
Will we have to sit through both pictures?
Well, I'm afraid so. When Fred puts out his good money and buys tickets for a thing, he stays till the last dog dies.
But holy smoke.
Well, we're in for it and can't get loose, so let's make the best of it.
But look, another moving picture makes another 2 hours tacked onto... what time did I say?
1:30.
Yeah, 1:30. 2 hours tacked on to 1:30. 3:30. Oh.
I don't think
we'll get to bed around 4.
Oh, that's crazy.
It's not crazy.
It is too crazy. Oh, right now the clock says 7:45. Fred and Ruthie will drive up in the next few minutes, and we'll be on our way by 8. And it don't take any hour and a half to drive to Hopewood.
The way Fred drives?
We certainly can get to a place 35 miles away in an hour, no matter how slow we drive.
I disagree.
So do I.
Oh, say a little over an hour. All right. We'll be in the theater a little bit past 9 o'clock. The 2 movies together don't last more than 3 hours. I bet we'll be home in bed by midnight.
Oh, go on. You didn't figure in the time it'll take us to come back.
No use in a lot of fuss and feathers. I told them we'd go, and we're going. Let's make the best of it and try to enjoy ourselves.
Oh, my. Just a few minutes ago, I was a gay, light-hearted man.
Tell him the picture, Ma.
I don't see as you're concerned in this rush. You're not going. Trot along and read your book.
What is the picture, Sadie?
Picture?
What are they showing at the Playhouse in Hopewood?
I'm afraid it's one you've already seen.
Yes?
Well, we saw it last month or sometime at the Bajo.
You proposed to drag me?
Well, Ruthie and Fred were so delighted with their idea, Vic. Just happy as larks they were giving us a treat. I didn't have the heart to dampen their enthusiasm. Should have heard Ruthie over the phone. This great big crazy spendthrift of a Fred Stambottom here at my elbow wants to pile you sports in the automobile and drive up to Hopewood and take in the motion pictures. I had to act overjoyed.
Reveal the name in the motion picture.
What is it, Rush?
You are my own wonderful husband, Subaltern Gleek.
No.
I told you you'd already seen it.
I seen it and I hated it. It was rotten.
Well, I never cared much for it myself, but Fred and Ruth...
So I have to bump and lurch 35 miles in that broken-down rattlecrap of Stembottoms and go up in the sticks in Hopewood, Illinois, and watch that half-wit Gloria Golden go through the same half-wit annex I saw her go through before. So
Now, Vic, please.
I'll say now, Vic, please.
You'll get all flushed in the face.
I wonder I don't turn purple.
Get all flushed in the face, and they'll think something's wrong.
And they'll be perfectly right.
Any second, the horn will honk out in front. You don't want to look upset and peculiar to where everybody feels uncomfortable. Think of the funny side of it.
Maybe that is a good stunt.
Sure.
Yeah.
Quite a coincidence. Gloria Golden's also in the other picture.
Rush, go upstairs and read your book. This business don't in any way concern you.
What is the other picture?
Other picture?
Understand, we were attending a double feature. Double features, unless I'm misinformed, means two pictures. One of them is Gloria Golden in You Are My Own Wonderful Husband, Subaltern Gleek. What's the other?
Well, I guess Gloria Golden's in it.
Something I've seen before?
I believe you did see it when they had it at the Bajo.
And the title?
Oh, I forget.
Rush. The title?
Mom, I'd prefer I never said nothing.
She'll forgive you this time.
Mm-hmm.
The title, please.
Yours is a magnificent love, Petty Officer Griswold.
Oh.
Let's go out on the porch, Vic. They'll be along any second, and we might as well be ready to hop.
Yours is a magnificent love, Petty Officer Griswold. Absolutely, the rottenest movie that ever was given out to a suffering people. The rottenest.
Let's go out on the porch.
What?
Let's put on our wraps and go stand on the front porch so we'll be all set to trot out to the curb.
Lady,
as soon as
you couldn't make me go through this. You wouldn't have the heart.
We're stuck, and that's all there is about it.
Oh.
We're stuck, and that's all there is about it.
I'm a miserable, wretched, grief-stricken...
Fred and Ruthie's out in front honking. Now, come on.
Oh.
Come on, Vic.
No.
Straighten up and get that look off your face. And don't you dare in any way let on to Fred and Ruthie.
No.
Come on.
Goodbye, Mom.
Bye.
Bye, Gov.
Oh.
Have a dandy time.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy isn't here. Yeah, Duffy, I said isn't. Well, isn't this correct, ain't it? Well, look, I gotta watch me diction. We're having a meeting here of Mrs. Piddleton and the Lord Byron Ladies Literary Society. Literary Society, Duffy. It's a club, you know, where people who don't know how to read listen to lectures by people who don't know how to talk. Yeah, kind of a moron's coffee clutch. Well, the ladies is meeting here tonight for an open forum. It's kind of a public discussion, you know, this forum where, if you don't agree with another speaker's opinions, you state your objections in a friendly, logical, intelligent manner, and then you clunk them over the nut with a bung starter. Yeah. What are we serving the dames? Well, that was a problem, Duffy. You see, some of them like hot tea, and some of them like iced tea, so I'm compromising. We're serving them lukewarm beer. Well, I'll call you back.
Say, Archie.
Yeah, Miss Duffy.
Where's Eddie the waiter?
Eddie the waiter? Hey, that's right. He ain't showed up here for 2 days. Maybe he had an attack of sanity and quit.
Hey, Arch.
Yeah, Finnegan.
I hear Eddie escaped.
Escape is a harsh word, but you might so to speak.
I was just thinking and I got an idea.
Beginner's luck. But what is it?
Well, I was thinking maybe I could take Eddie's place.
But, Finnegan, you ain't got no experience in business.
Oh, no? What about the time I had that dog walking route?
Well, was it profitable?
Profitable? Me mother used to pay them dogs $0.05 an afternoon just to take me for a walk. So what about it, Arch? Would you hire me as a waiter?
Well, I'll tell you what you do, Finnegan.
Yeah?
Make out an application blank, see? Then, if we decide to use you, we'll call you up. On the other hand, if you don't hear from us, be sure not to get in touch with us at the earliest opportunity.
Thanks, Arch. It's nice of you to consider me.
Yeah. Now, where can I find a waiter? I got to get somebody before Mrs. Piddleton gets here.
Oh, that phony Mrs. Piddleton and her snooty literary society.
And what's wrong with Snoot? Happens to be a very high-class, refined club. I'll never forget how thrilled our customers was that night that Mrs. Piddleton recited Romeo and Juliet. It was out of this world.
So was Mrs. Piddleton after she got hit over the head with that beer bottle.
Yes, but if you remember, that's how she showed how genteel and cultured she really was. As she was laying there on the floor, with the beer streaming down her face, she was still quoting Shakespeare.
Well, all I can say is if you wanted a cultural meeting, you should have invited my club.
The 10 Jolly Girls AC?
Yeah.
But the 10 Jolly Girls AC is an athletic club.
It's a literary club.
Then what does the AC mean?
It means admirers of Kipling.
Well, if I know them dames, the AC means always chasing. And I don't mean rainbows. Well, keep them illiterates anonymous out of here tonight. We're going to have an open forum, and we've invited a very special distinguished guest to referee the discussion.
Who's coming down, Arch?
A very well-known person, Finnegan, a man of letters.
Oh, boy, Truman himself.
Not Truman. I'm getting that radio commentator, that H.V. Kelton-born.
What a laugh. What makes you think he's coming here?
Well, I wrote him a letter a whole week ago, and he ain't refused yet.
Did he accept?
That's where I was cagey. Me letter was so worded that it didn't require an acceptance. Just a minute. Hello? Yes, this is he. I mean, him. Whom? I mean, who? Oh, you're Mr. Kelton-born secretary? He says, what? I should drop what? Look, honey, tell him we're expecting him tonight, so he's got to come down here.
Asking somebody like H.V. Kelton-born to come down when we haven't even got a waiter.
By the way, honey, ask Mr. Kelton-born if, at the same time he's delivering his lecture, he'd mind delivering a few hamburgers.
Here's a word from RCA Victor. Inch for inch, your best buy in television is RCA Victor 19-inch. Yes, a great many American families have taken this advice to heart and bought the thrilling RCA Victor 19-inch console. Truly the most exciting buy in television. So, when you set out for your RCA Victor dealers to become an RCA Victor million-proof television set owner, remember that the set you choose will be the very hub of your home for years to come. It'll be the source of a great many hours of exciting home entertainment. So, with this in mind, select the model you really want most, and chances are that model will be the kingly RCA Victor 19-inch console. Inch for inch, your best buy in television. Your 19-inch set will give you in a great big way all the matchless million-proof qualities of sight and sound possible only to the world leader in electronics. Yes, inch for inch, your best buy in television is indeed RCA Victor 19-inch. and with it go wishes to you and your family for all the warmth and good cheer of million-proof television by RCA Victor.
Hello? Nope, Duffy, we still ain't heard from Eddie. I'm worried the guy might have just walked off and forgot who he is. You know, a case of magnesia. Well, I'm trying to replace him, but it ain't gonna be easy. Well, sure, I got a sign in the window. But any guy that's got enough brains to read wouldn't be dumb enough to take the job. Well, all right, Duffy, please, I'm doing me best.
Oh, Archie, a special delivery letter just came. It's from Eddie.
I'll call you back, Duffy. Special delivery from Eddie. Let's see what it says. Dear Mr. Archie, at last I am free. What a wonderful word that is. Free, free, free.
Where is he?
In the Army.
Eddie in the Army?
That's what a guy gets for giving his right name to the draft board.
How's he like the Army, Archie?
Well, let's see. He says, after Duffy's Tavern, the Army seems like a breeze. What a life. Lolling around in bed until 5 o'clock in the morning. Only working 16 hours a day. Getting a check at the end of the month instead of an IOU.
Poor Eddie. How he must miss the Tavern.
Yeah, I guess he does. He says here, at bayonet practice this morning, every time I drove the bayonet into the dummy, I thought of Mr. Duffy.
How sweet. Even in the Army, he's thinking of Papa.
Yeah, it's very sweet of him, but we still need a waiter now. Who could we get?
How do you do?
Well, Yasha Panyaslavnik, the music teacher. Tell me, Yasha, how's business?
He is asking me how is business. With the money I am making from singing lessons, there is practically only one thing I cannot afford.
What's that?
Eating.
Eating? Well, suppose I told you can have all the food you could eat. Absolutely free. What would you do?
What else? I'd make a pig of myself.
Well, you see that sign in the window? We need a waiter here, and...
Just a moment, please. You have the nerve to suggest that I, the great vocal artist, Panyaslavnik, should serve pig's knuckles to peasants?
Oh, I'm sorry, Yasha.
You would hire as a common waiter the man who has given the world some of its most glorious golden voices?
I said I'm sorry, Yasha.
It's positively an insult. Miss Duffy?
Yes, Maestro.
Come, my little goosling. Make with the adenoids.
Okay. I am calling you. You are calling me.
Please. Stop the music. Archie.
Yes?
My tray and apron.
Just a minute, Yasha. Not so fast. You're a little over-anxious now. To be a waiter here, you gotta first pass the Duffy aptitude test.
Mm-hmm.
Now tell me, what does a Duffy waiter do if the hamburger he's serving suddenly turns green?
A Duffy waiter turns the lights down low.
Right. And what does a Duffy waiter do if a customer suddenly turns green?
A Duffy waiter quick collects the check before the customer turns purple.
So far, so good. Now, question 3. What does a Duffy waiter do when the rats chase him out of the kitchen?
A Duffy waiter is courageous. He goes back with a chair and a whip.
Yasha, you got the right spirit. Now start serving, and remember our motto. The customer is never right. If he was, he wouldn't be in here.
Okay. Okie dokie, boss. Okay. As my first customer, I am going into the kitchen and serving myself a steak. One tenderloin steak should be tender and hold the check.
Well, it looks like we got a waiter for our town hall meeting tonight.
Say, Archie, did an army blimp just make a forced landing on 3rd Avenue?
Well, not that I've heard.
Well, in that case, Mrs. Piddleton is just coming in the door.
That's right. If it was a blimp, there'd be a number on the stern. Well, Mrs. Piddleton, welcome back to the tavern.
Archie, you dear boy. Let me look at you. Yes, you're the same, Archie. You haven't changed a bit.
Let me look at you. Yep, same old Abigail. You ain't changed a ton.
How droll you are. Well, Archie, once again we meet to soar on the wings of the intellect in our mutual quest for a deeper understanding of the cosmic verities.
Abigail, you're the cat's pajamas. Cosmic. If we ever had a cosmic verity around here, Duffy would murder me.
Archie, you're pulling my leg.
Legs the size of yours, one does not pull, one tugs at. But tell me, what are you dames discussing at the literary club these days?
Well, at present, we're concentrating on the evolution and development of man.
Well, I don't blame you. Culture's culture, but you gotta have a little fun, too.
Yes. And now, about our open forum discussion tonight.
Yes?
Has our moderator, H.B. Keltonborn, arrived yet?
No, he ain't. I mean, he isn't. The old gentleman is probably slowly driving down in a hansom cab, you know. He's so old-fashioned and quaint. I mean, quizzing.
Well, you'd better not disappoint me, Archie, or I shall take our meetings elsewhere.
Say, Archie.
Oh, Miss Piddleton, this is Miss Duffy, a fellow culture bug.
Oh, how do you do, Miss Duffy?
Physical culture.
How do you do, Mrs. Piddleton? Tell me, what are you discussing at your club these days?
Oh, Shakespeare, Eugene O'Neill, Ernest Hemingway.
You see, Archie, they talk about fellas, too. You know, Mrs. Piddleton, I also belong to a club.
Oh, really? What's the name of it?
The 3rd Avenue Culture Vultures.
What an unusual name.
Very quiz and quainted.
Miss Duffy, tell me, in your group, is the trend toward or away from the classes?
Huh? Well, that question came up at our meeting only last week.
What was the answer?
We never found out. Just as the question came up, a sailor walked by. However, at the moment, we're endeavoring to devote our brains to fiction.
And if them brains ain't fictional, what is?
Quiet, Archie. You see, Mrs. Piddleton, in our club, we give an award of 2 points to any girl who reads a book, 4 points if she reads the book and sees the movie, and the big prize is 10 points. That's if she reads the book, sees the movie, and when the fella takes her home, she don't do nothing but discuss it.
Very ingenious. Which of you has the most points?
Emma Pfeffer, and she's the most miserable girl in the club.
Well, look, if you dames will excuse me, I got to get things ready for the forum. Hey, wait a minute. Excuse me a minute. Look, Penya Slavnik. Penya Slavnik.
You are demanding mine attention.
Look, I seen the way you served that guy that soup.
And what's to complain?
Well, I've seen waiters put their thumbs in the soup, but how do you explain putting both hands in it?
Very simple. Before coming to work, I'm not having time to wash.
You mean you washed your hands in the soup?
You want from me, a high-class waiter, to use cold water?
I hope at least before you served the guy, you had the good manners to remove the soap.
I'm so absent-minded. No wonder he was frothing at the mouth.
What have I got myself into here? Now get back to the kitchen and start getting the hash ready for tonight. Hello? Who? Well, it's about time you called, Mr. Kaltenborn. Where the... I mean, pray, what has been detaining you? Huh? You can't come down? But all the ladies is waiting to hear you talk. Huh? Oh. Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you'll recover it soon. Thanks for calling, sir.
What's the matter, Archie? Why can't he come?
The poor guy completely lost his voice and he can't... Hey, wait a minute. He was just talking to me.
Well, I'd hate to be in your shoes.
Why?
Well, what are you going to do for a radio commentator to run the forum?
Archie, I've just examined the hash.
Please, Yasha, don't bother me. I have to think of somebody to be a commentator.
I find that the hash is not overdone. Still, it is not underdone. You might say, if it was less overdone and more underdone, it could be medium done. But I can only commit myself so far as to say that I refuse to commit myself.
Holy cat. And that's for born radio commentator if I ever heard it.
I fail to grasp the significance.
Tell me, Yasha.
Yes?
Have you ever conducted a forum?
Have I ever conducted a... Silly boy. Me, the great Yasha Panislavnik. And he asks me if I ever conducted a forum.
Well, have you?
Confidentially, no. Say, tell me, what is this thing, this forum?
Well, it's a kind of a debate where everybody sits around and discusses intellectual subjects.
You want, at my age, I should suddenly grow brains?
Either you grow brains or you get fired.
Shake hands with Einstein.
If you'd like to know a quick, easy way to ease the pain of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, then, by all means, try Anacin. Your own dentist or physician may at one time or another have handed you an envelope containing Anacin tablets. Then you already know how incredibly fast and effectively Anacin brings relief. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. For your own sake, try Anacin. Anacin is sold to you on this guarantee. If the first few tablets do not give you all the relief you want as fast as you want it, you may return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. You can get Anacin tablets at any drug counter. Anacin comes in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100.
Now remember, Yasha, for this open forum tonight, you're going to be a famous radio commentator.
There's bad news tonight.
Don't worry, Yasha. You see, whenever you get stuck on an answer, all you have to do is you say, I agree. But what about Yugoslavia?
What about Yugoslavia?
Who knows? See what I mean?
Archie, the ladies are ready. Has Mr. Kaltenborn arrived?
Mrs. Piddleton, we got better than Kaltenborn.
Really? Who?
Professor Yasha Slavnik himself. You've heard of him, of course.
Who hasn't?
You haven't. I want you to meet him. Yasha, I would like to present the president of the Ladies Literary Society, Professor Slavnik. Meet Mrs. Piddleton.
This is a woman.
Yasha, please, a little more couthness.
I beg your pardon. Mrs. Pendleton, how do you do?
Oh, I'm charmed.
I'm disgusted.
Pay no attention to him, Mrs. Pendleton. It's a debating trick of his. He's trying to throw you off balance.
This is impossible.
You see what a sharp wit I dug up for you, Mrs. Pendleton? Well, leave us begin the open forum. Now, our first question is... Hey, wait a minute. Where's me gavel?
The gavel?
Yeah.
I don't know. But what about Yugoslavia?
Yeah. Hey, the Duffy Town Hall meeting of the air is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, our annual Friday night round table will now go into confinement. On tonight's open forum, we will discuss today's contemptuary problems. Sitting on our panel tonight, side saddle, of course, is Miss Duffy. Miss Duffy is our authority on maritime relations and on naval affairs. We also have with us the Honorable Clifton Finnegan, the famous authority on subversive politics. Mr. Finnegan has spent most of his life in the underground. And for our moderator, we give you that famous radio commentator and part-time lunatic, Yasha Panyaslavnik.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. Shake hands. I wish to announce before we start that the opinions about to be expressed have no basis. Now the first question this evening is from a Mrs. P.J. East Orange housewife and retired sandhog. Archie.
What?
I'm dead.
Why?
Mrs. P.J. wants to know what about Yugoslavia.
Well, let's take a belt at it. Anybody know anything about Yugoslavia?
I'd like to take a crack at that, Arch.
Okay, Finnegan, go ahead.
What about Yugoslavia?
Well, I think that about answers the question.
I'm afraid I'll have to disagree.
I'll go along with that.
Finnegan, you can't disagree with yourself.
Why not, Arch? It proves that I got an open mind.
Well, close it up and leave us continue. Now, what's the next question, Mr. Moderator?
The next question comes from Mr. H.Q. of Hollywood, California. Apprentice butcher and dramatic coach. Mr. H.Q. has relatives in Europe, so he has requested that we only refer to him by his first initial, H. His question is, what can we do to control inflation? That's a good one. Let's see. What can we do to control inflation?
I say we should keep out of it.
Oh, an isolationist, huh? But I say to you, sir, what would happen as if in 1928 the gold standard should be abandoned by South America, particularly by Peru and Oblivia?
In that case, I say, quote, down the torpedoes and let us go back to Confederate currency.
I disagree.
You disagree with Confederate currency? Why?
Once a Yankee, always a Yankee.
I see your point, Mr. Moderator. But have you considered what Confederate currency is worth in Prussia? You could go over to Prussia today with $200 in cold Confederate cash, and do you know how much prussic acid it'd buy? Not enough to keep a family of 3 alive. that's where we're up against it. Do you have anything to add, Mr. Moderator?
Just one thing.
What?
What about Yugoslavia?
Now, come, Yasha, this is horse and buggy thinking.
Mostly buggy.
Who's asking you for your 2 cents worth?
Stop beating your gum.
Now, listen, Miss Duffy.
You shut up, too.
Oh, your father talks to cops.
Quiet, please.
You shut up.
You shut up, and you too, Finnegan, before you get a punch in the nose.
Who's going to punch who in the nose?
I'm going to punch you in the nose.
Just a minute.
Stay out of this before you get a punch in the nose,
You
too.
hit him and I'll beat your brains out.
Wait a minute till I take my coat off.
I don't know.
Hear ye! And so we bring to a conclusion one of our friendly open forums. Well, tell me, Mrs. Piddleton, did you like our open forum?
Like it? Archie, I'm simply thrilled to the core.
You are, huh?
Yes. For the first time in my life, the professor has made me feel that I really know all about Yugoslavia.
Don't forget, folks, tomorrow's the day. That's right. Tomorrow, your nearest Buick dealer raises the curtain on the new 1951 Buick. From the Special to the Roadmaster, this Buick All-Star lineup for 1951 is the most exciting, most appealing of the new car season. Make a date to see these highway honeys of 51 tomorrow. Bring your family and bring your friends. Let them all enjoy the excitement and thrills of a Buick opening. And if you've been waiting for the car with everything, beauty, style, design, and performance, one look at the 51 Buick tells you this is the one you've been waiting for. So be sure to drop in tomorrow, January 20th, to see the new 51 Buick at your nearest Buick dealers. Listen again next week, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. By the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. And by your local Buick dealer who introduces the new 1951 Buick tomorrow, January 20th. Don't miss seeing the new 51 Buick. Listen tomorrow evening for The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, the Saturday night feature of the All-Star Festival.
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prell. P-R-E-L-L. Prell shampoo. Yes, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff, leaves hair radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Today we are privileged to observe a new phase in the life of Chester A. Riley. We see him as a political candidate. It seems he's running for the office of president of the freshman class at UCLA. Of course, it's really his daughter, Babs, who is the candidate, but to hear Riley talk, you'd never know it.
Now, the way I figure this campaign, Peg, the first thing to do is size up my opponent, this Helene Bidwell.
Oh, Riley, Helene Bidwell's not your opponent. This isn't your campaign, and you're not running. Babs is running, so please stay out of it.
Stay out of it. You're forgetting she's my daughter.
Well, she's my daughter, too.
Well, okay, so I own 50% of her, and I'm getting my 50% elected.
But what do you know about politics?
What do I know about... Didn't I work with B.L. Feeney in the last city election when he ran Anderson for mayor? Wasn't I his right-hand man?
It was a fine candidate you worked for, that Anderson. A crook.
He was a great candidate.
Well, then why didn't people vote for Anderson?
Because we had no money in our campaign fund. Anderson skipped town with it. But I learned plenty from Feeney, the big boss, and I got a campaign worked out for Babs.
Now, she doesn't need your help, so please don't interfere. Now, Babs is smart, and she's very popular, and she'll win the election if you'll just leave her alone.
Yeah, well, maybe you're right. Babs has a good head on her shoulders. After all, she got her brains from me.
Oh, I thought she got her looks from you.
Well, yeah, them too. Oh, she's a lucky girl.
Was that you, Babsy?
Hello, Daddy. Hello, Mother.
Well, what's the matter, dear? You seem so upset.
Oh, Mother, I've as good as lost the election.
What do you mean you've lost the election?
Oh, that Helene Bidwell. She got her father to help her.
Oh, well, don't you worry, Babs. Your father will help you.
But, Dad...
Anything old man Bidwell can do, I can do better. Just name it.
He gave Helene $100 for campaign expenses.
Name something else.
$100?
Well, he's the president of the Merchants Bank. He can afford it. And Helene is throwing parties and handing out cigarette cases to the boys and contacts to the girls.
But that ain't fair. That Bidwell, I'll get even with him. I'm drawing out every cent I have in his bank.
You don't have any money in that bank.
Well, I'll put some money in and then I'll draw it out.
Babsy, it doesn't necessarily mean you lose the election.
Oh, I haven't got a chance now. The election's tomorrow, and... Oh, what's the use?
Well, don't you give up, Babs. I'll help you.
How can you help me, Daddy? You haven't any money. Excuse me.
Oh, Peg, I see it all now.
See what?
I'm a failure. Here I am, 39 years old. I worked hard all my life, and the one time my kid really needs my help, I can't do nothing for her.
Oh, don't blame yourself.
Well, it just goes to show you ain't got a chance unless you're rich. Oh, why wasn't I born rich?
Well, there are other ways of getting rich besides being born rich.
You're right. Oh, why didn't I marry a rich woman? Peg, I gotta help Babs.
Well, there's nothing you can do.
There must be something. This is a tough spot. I wonder what Mr. Feeney would do in a... Feeney? Why didn't I think of him before? He'll come up with an angle.
Now, don't be silly. This is only a college election, and he's a professional politician. Why should he help Babs?
He'll help her. I know him from way back in the old days in Brooklyn. And one thing about Feeney, he always does favors for anyone who voted for his candidates. And Babs voted for one of them when she was only 6 years old.
Help you, Riley? You bet your sweet life I will. Many's the time you've helped me swing an election back in the old days in Brooklyn.
Yeah, those were the good old days.
Yeah. Hey, remember the time I ran for alderman in the 4th Ward, and the opposition threw that big picnic near the zoo, and I gave you orders to break it up?
And I dressed in a rented gorilla costume and ran through the picnic grounds roaring.
And nobody made a move. They just stood there laughing.
Then I got sore and took off the costume.
And then everybody ran.
Yeah, those were the days.
Well, let's get down to business, Riley.
Yeah, I hope you can help me, Mr. Feeney. My little girl has got to win this election.
Don't you worry, Riley. We'll put it over. Tell me, what's her campaign slogan?
Slogan? Well, I don't think she's got one.
Oh, that's bad. Can't get the votes without a slogan. Something that'll rally the voters. Now, let's see. We want something up to the minute, huh?
Yeah.
Got it. Vote for Babs Riley and get a new Brooklyn bridge.
No, I don't think that's quite right. You see, we ain't in Brooklyn. We're in California. Besides, it's a college election.
Yeah, maybe you're right. But don't you worry, Riley. We'll get it. We'll get the right slogan if it takes us all week.
Yeah, but there's no time. Today's the registration of the voters, and tomorrow's the election.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Well, what are we fooling around with a slogan for? We'll have to do something drastic. Get out that vote. And I think I got a little idea.
Yeah, what, Mr. Feeney?
You leave everything to me. I'll get some of my political analysts on the job. Send them down to the campus today. Have them size up the situation. Talk to the voters. Don't you worry. Your kid's as good as elected.
Oh, Mr. Feeney, I don't know what to say.
Forget it, Riley. Always glad to oblige.
No, I'll never forget you for this. I don't care how many people say you're a crook. You're okay with me. I mean,
Same old Riley.
Yeah, well, so long, Mr. Feeney.
So long. Hey, Mike.
You want me, boss?
Yeah, I got a little job for you. There's an election tomorrow for the president of the freshman class at UCLA.
Hey, that's a college. I don't like college work ever since I got nabbed at Vassar putting a fix on the girls' hockey team.
Yeah, well, it's a little out of our line, but an election's an election, you know. They're registering the voters today, so here's what I want you to do. Get some of the boys together and get down there tonight.
All right, next, please.
Is this where you get your ballot for the freshman election?
That's right. What's your name and course?
Susan Rackmill, Science.
Here's your ballot.
George McIntosh, Arts.
Here you are.
Louise Thompson, Music.
Here you are. All right, next.
Herbert Van Dyke III, Architecture.
Here you are.
Mervyn Leroy, Science.
Here's your ballot.
Pardon me.
You'll have to get in line.
Oh, I don't want a ballot. Is Babs Riley around here?
Yes, I think I saw. Oh, there she is, over there.
Huh? Oh, yeah, thanks. Oh, Babs! Babs!
All right, next, please. Hurry
Babs.
on now.
Here I am.
Daddy, what are you doing here?
I just came to tell you that everything's going to be okay. My friend Mr. Feeney put some of his political analysts on the job. It's in the bag.
Well, what's he doing?
Well, I don't know, but he's got an angle. Don't you worry. You just leave it to Feeney.
Well, listen, Daddy. There's something funny going on.
Yeah, what do you mean?
I think Helene Bidwell's pulling some kind of trick. You see that man in line there?
Where?
The one with the check sport jacket?
Oh, yeah. What about him?
Let's go up closer to the desk. You'll see.
All right.
All right, next. Hurry along, please. Next.
Cecil Murgatroyd Cantwell, journalism.
Here you are. Next.
Daddy, did you see him?
Yeah.
I'm sure he's not a freshman. I've never seen him around.
No, but I have. I've seen that face somewhere before.
Daddy, look. I knew it. Look, he's getting into line again.
Yeah, well, I'll have a little talk with him. I'll be right back. Hey, you.
Oh, hi.
Ain't I seen you someplace before?
Sure, don't you remember me, Riley? I'm Mike. I work for Feeney. Hey, is that Riley kid yours?
Yeah.
I didn't get the connection. It's in the bag. This is my 6th time around. I got a pocket full of ballots. Some of the other boys are scattered around the other lines. They were pretty good, too. Nothing to worry about.
You mean that you... But you mustn't. That's all wrong.
What do you mean wrong?
Well, it's crooked.
Yeah, I know, but what's wrong?
All right, next, please. Get a move on. You're holding up the line.
Yeah, I'm next.
All right, what's your name?
Maxwell Parkhurst, Engineering.
Wait a minute. Didn't you get a ballot before?
Now, come on, hand over the ballot.
Are you sure you're in engineering?
Sure, engineering.
What kind of engineering?
Locomotive engineering. Wise guy.
That man's a fake.
Now, Babs, don't you make a scene.
I'm going to expose
Babs,
him.
please, don't. You'll be sorry.
Listen, everybody. This fella here's been in line more than once.
What are you talking about?
He's collecting other people's ballots.
Babs, don't.
And he's probably being paid by Helene Bidwell. Get out of here, you crook.
Well, that's gratitude. Here I've been standing in line all day and you call me a crook. I ain't working for that Bidwell. I'm collecting these here ballots for you. I quit this here college.
Oh, Daddy, did you... Oh, excuse me.
No, Babs, wait. Babs, wait for me. Now, Babs, listen to me.
Don't you dare speak to me.
But, Babsy...
I never want to speak to you again as long as I live. How could you think of doing such a dishonest thing?
But I didn't know. Feeney didn't tell me. I was just trying to help you. Babs, wait.
Don't leave me alone.
She don't understand. But someday she'll be married and have a kid of her own. And then she'll know what it means to be a father.
Well, we'll bring you the second act of the life of Riley in just a moment. And now, the glamour girl of 49.
I'm Tallulah the Tuba Proud, and I've got a little something to tell. Your hair can be radiant, oh, so easy. All you gotta do is take me home and squeeze me. I'm Tallulah the Tuba Proud, and I'll make your hair look swell. It'll shine, it'll glow so dandruff-free. For radiant hair, get a hold of me. Tallulah, the two-bar Prell shampoo.
Yes, folks, Tallulah's right. Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo leaves hair more radiant than any soap shampoo. And Prell removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. Doctors' examinations proved it. For hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, try Prell, your very next shampoo. Before rejoining Riley, just a word about that new, hilarious Life of Riley motion picture that's coming your way soon. You're in for the laugh of a lifetime when you see all your favorite characters, including Digger Odell, in the Life of Riley movie starring William Bendix, which opens today in Salt Lake City and New Haven, Connecticut. And now back to the Life of Riley, where we find that Riley's life is by no means a merry one, as our hero lurks fearfully outside his back door, afraid to enter lest he incur the wrath of his wife and daughter.
Gee, it's after 8 already. I can't stand out here all night. I'm hungry. Well, I'm going in. After all, it's my house. Why shouldn't I go in? I don't care if she does yell at me. I'll yell right back at her. I'm going in. After all, what am I, a man or a mouse?
8:30. Just wait till I get a hold of that father of yours.
What's wrong with being a mouse? Gee, I'm hungry. I wish I had some cheese.
No, there's no one out here, Mom.
Well, are you sure, Junior? I'm positive that door opened.
Must have been the wind.
Well, as long as you're out there, dear, burn the trash in the incinerator, will you?
Okay.
Junior?
Huh? What? Who's that?
It's me, Junior.
Hush.
I don't want your mother to hear.
Well, why didn't you come home for supper?
Well, I was busy.
You were scared.
I ain't scared of man or beast.
But you're scared of Mom.
Well, she's a woman. Man or a beast, I can handle. Is she very mad at me?
Oh, and how?
Oh. Where's Babs?
In her room. She was crying.
Oh.
Aren't you going to come in?
Not yet. Listen, Junior, I'm starved. Get me something to eat, a sandwich or something. Huh? Sneak it out without your mother seeing.
Oh, I can't, Pop.
Oh, God, I can't face her on an empty stomach.
Well, okay, I'll try.
Junior, who's out there with you?
Say it's our cat.
Who's out there, Junior?
It's our cat.
What cat? We have no cat.
You have meow.
I thought it was you. So you finally showed up.
Now, listen,
it's a wonder you're not ashamed to show your face.
But it wasn't my fault.
Do you realize you've just about broken that poor child's heart? She's been in her room all day crying her eyes out.
But I didn't know.
I told you not to interfere. But no, you knew better. You had to go and see that crook Feeney, and you lost the election for her. Why, nobody will vote for her tomorrow. I hope you're satisfied.
I wanted to help her. I thought if she had a campaign manager...
Oh, come in the house.
You forgive me?
No. I just don't want the neighbors to find out that my husband's a nincompoop.
Now, just a minute. You're going too far. Now you're getting personal. Just because I don't earn much income, you got no right to call me an income poop. And I don't like the way...
Don't you raise your voice to me.
I will if I want to. It's my voice. And if you don't like it, you don't have to stand here talking to me. You can leave. Yeah.
Well, don't worry. I will leave.
Walked out on me, huh? Now, wait till she walks around the streets for a couple of hours and she's dying on her feet. She won't be so hoity-toity. And it's plenty cold outside tonight.
But, Pop, you're outside. Mom's in the house.
What a revolting development this is. must have walked around for hours. Maybe I ought to go home. No, I won't give her the satisfaction. But what am I going to do? I can't go to a hotel. Got no money. Hey, there's Digger Odell's place. He'll help me. There's no light. I hope he's in. Well, I better ring the bell. Maybe I better go home after all.
Who's there?
It's me, Riley. Is that you, Digger?
Yes, it is I indeed. Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker. What brings you here at this hour of the night?
Digger, can I sleep here tonight?
Sleep here? But I've no place.
Oh, please, Digger, I'm dead.
In that case, come in. I'll dig up a place for you.
Well, thanks, Digger. You see, I can't go home. I had a fight with Peg on account of Babs. I'm afraid she's going to lose her class election tomorrow. I asked Feeney to help me.
Feeney?
Yeah.
That board healer? You should have come to me for advice. I'm an expert on politics. In fact, I've just returned from Washington, where I've been lobbying for the UEPBTLM.
UEPBTLM?
Yes, the undertakers, embalmers, and pallbearers back to the land movement. We believe that every citizen is entitled to his own plot of ground. And we won't give up until we put him there.
No, I'm sorry now I didn't come to you.
You should have. Everybody comes to me eventually. Because when I get behind the man and give him a push, he gets in by a landslide. Once the city was overrun by vice, and I ran on the citizens' reform ticket for mayor. I lost in spite of my wonderful slogan.
What was your slogan?
Vote for Digger. He'll put the lid on.
I'll never be able to face Babs. Oh, if there was only some way she could still win.
Well, tell me, Riley, what is her platform? What has she promised the voters?
Well, I don't know. She, Oh. Digger, you just gave me an idea. If it works, maybe Babs can win yet. Oh, Digger, I'm glad I came here. You put new life into me.
Lots of people come here, but you're the first one who's ever said that.
Well, so long, Digger.
Aren't you going to sleep here?
No, I'd better go home and think this out. Besides, I snore very loud.
Believe me, you won't disturb anyone. But if you insist, cheerio, you'd better be shoveling off.
What is it, Mother? Did your father phone when I was out this afternoon? No, he didn't. Well, I'm worried about him. I left the house early this morning without saying a word, and here it is 7:30, and he's not home yet. I just phoned the plant, and he didn't even show up today. Where can he be?
I don't know, and I don't care.
Now, Babsy, don't talk like that. I know he did an awful thing, but after all, he is your father, and he meant well.
I'm sorry, but I can't help thinking if he hadn't interfered, I might have won the election.
Well, you shouldn't have given up this way. You should have gone to school today. There was still a chance.
Oh, I didn't have a chance in the world.
Well, all right, dear, let's forget about it. Well, you better get dressed if you're going to that freshman prom.
The prom? You don't think I dare show my face at the prom after what happened? And when my date shows up, you can tell him.
Hey, where's Beth?
Riley, where have you been all day? I've been worried sick.
Where's Beth? Oh, there you are. Babs, why didn't you go to school today?
Riley, where were you?
Where do you think I was? At school, on the campus, campaigning for my little girl.
Oh, Daddy, not again.
Jester, Riley, haven't you done enough damage?
Wait a minute, you're hanging an innocent man. Take a look at this paper, the college paper.
Oh,
Here.
let me see. Babs Riley elected.
Yep.
Oh, and by landslide. I won! Mother, Daddy, I won! I can't believe it, I won!
Why, Babsy, that's wonderful. Oh, I told you not to give up.
Hey, what's all the
Oh,
excitement?
Junior, I won! I was elected! I won!
Yeah, and don't forget, I put it over for you.
But, Daddy, what happened? How'd you do it?
Brains?
Yes, but how did you do it?
Last-minute tragedy?
Daddy, please tell me.
Oh, no. That's my little secret. After all, did Truman tell Margaret?
Daddy, please, I've got to know.
Well, it was a cinch. You should have seen me in action. I went up to this boy, see, and I grab his lapels and I say, who are you going to vote for? Helene, he says. Got a date for the prom, I says. No, he says. Would you like one with a gorgeous girl? Yeah, he says. I can fix it, I says. Who's the girl, he says. Babs, I says. Now who are you going to vote for? Babs, he says.
Riley, I don't understand. You promised one boy a date with Babs, and that's won the election.
Who says one boy? Every boy!
What? Daddy, are you out of your mind? How on earth...
Wait a minute. Don't get excited. It's only an election promise. Who ever heard of a politician living up to his promises?
To the prom with George. Suppose they come here and...
Don't worry, they won't. Didn't give them the address. I told each one that you'll phone them. And you won't phone them. Now, you go to the prom with George and have a good time. And remember, you owe it all to your daddy.
Oh, it's 8 o'clock. I better get dressed.
Yeah.
Mother, will you give me a hand?
Well, all right, dear, but I don't like this whole thing.
Oh. Ain't that just like a woman, Junior? They never appreciate what you do for them.
Yeah, but, Pop, some of those guys, when they find out you tricked them, they might make some trouble.
What trouble? The voters are too dumb to make trouble. They're don'ts. You take it from me, Junior. The door. Yeah?
Hello, Mr. Riley. I waited for Babs' call, but she didn't phone, so I thought I'd better come over.
But you can't,
Who's at the door, Riley?
Nobody, quick. Wait in this room here.
But, Mr. Riley...
Oh, what'll I do? Who's that?
Sounds like another dope. Hello, Mr. Riley. I waited for Babs.
Never mind. Quick. In this room.
What are you going to do, Pop?
Well, I don't know. I'll have to tell her. Babs will have to go to the prom with 3 boys.
4 boys.
How do you do, Mr. Riley?
Evening, Mr. Riley.
5 boys. They're coming like locusts. Another one.
Good evening, Mr. Riley.
I know, she didn't phone. Junior, put them in the dining room.
There's no room. It's full.
Oh, how about the kitchen?
Well, that's full, too.
Wait, let me see that chart again. Dining room, bedroom, kitchen. Oh, we're all booked up. Junior, start filling up the garage.
Who's been ringing our doorbell? It sounds like an army's visiting us.
Good evening.
Oh, well, who's this young man?
Meet one of the privates.
What? That's a police car in our street. What's going on out there?
Now, Peg, don't go out.
Riley, what are all those cars? Why, jalopies. And what are all those boys lining up in front of our house? Babs! There's 6 strange boys in the bathroom. Right. What's the meaning of this?
Well, you see, Peg, the voters, I promised you see... Well,
I see, all right. I told you. What are we going to do now?
I wash my hands of the whole affair. Babs will have to go with all of them.
Oh, I will not. I'm going with George.
Babs, wait, come back here, you killed. Oh, Peg, what'll I do?
You got yourself into this. It's your problem. I told you not to interfere.
Yeah, I know. I made a mistake. I thought I could trick the voters, but you can't. It's just like Abe Lincoln said. You can fool some of the people all of the time, and you can fool all of the people some of the time, but how does it end?
But there's no fool like Riley.
Riley's will return in just a moment. Say, lady, are you a hair fusser? Always shampooing and curling so you won't be caught with your hair down? Then get a lovely rain scarf from Prell, the Radiant Cream Shampoo, to protect that favorite hairdo when it rains. Yes, you couldn't look smarter than in one of those gay-colored scarves of soft, pliable, rainproof material. And say, they're such a bargain that you'll want more than one. Worth up to 75 cents, you get them for just 25 cents at a Prell carton. That's right. Send your 25 cents at any size Prell carton with your name and address to Prell, Cincinnati, Ohio. Be sure to state your color choice, rose, blue, green, or yellow. Send to Prell, Cincinnati, Ohio, for your rain scarf today. This offer good in the United States only.
Well, I can't get over it. Of all the crazy things to do. Promise
All
those boys...
right. That's enough. You don't have to keep telling me. Anyway, I straightened everything out with the boys, didn't I? Now, if we're going in the movies, let's go. No more arguments.
All right, get the ticket.
Okay.
How many, please?
2 lodges and 56 in the balcony. Come on, boys.
Join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley over this NBC station. The Life of Riley motion picture, starring William Bendix, is now showing in Buffalo, Pittsburgh, New Haven, Salt Lake City, and 200 other cities that like to laugh. Tonight's script is by Alan Lipscott, Reuben Schiff, and Dick Powell. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker. And remember, to get your rainproof rain scarf from Prell, just send your name and address with 25 cents and any size Prell carton to Prell, Cincinnati, Ohio. Be sure to state your color choice, rose, blue, green, or yellow. Remember, that's Prell, Cincinnati, Ohio. This offer is good in the United States only.
Hi-ho, ivory snow, wash your dishes with ivory snow. It's safe for hands and speedy too. Lovely hands mean a lovely you. Hi-ho, safe in snow, wash your dishes in ivory snow.
Let your hands tell you why Ivory Snow is so wonderful for dishwashing. Wash your dishes with Ivory Snow as millions do. When you see how Ivory Snow pampers your hands, you'll know it's ideal. It's ivory mild, ivory pure. And remember, it's granulated for speed. No soap made is faster for dishes or kinder to hands than Ivory Snow, the only soap both ivory mild and granulated for efficiency. Yes, for speedier dishwashing, for snow-white hands, try wonderful Ivory Snow.
And this is Ken Niles reminding you to tune in to this NBC station every Friday night for a full hour of comedy. First, Red Skelton, and then The Life of Riley.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog his Lum, I believe you're right.
Now, see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
Let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, the mystery of the strange disappearance of Lum and Cedric is still unsolved. Neither the police nor the townsfolk have discovered any helpful clues. Even Mousy Gray, who has turned detective, has failed to produce any worthwhile information. And if Lum doesn't return soon, Abner is faced with the prospect of losing his home and the store, because he mortgaged both of them to raise money for Lum's bail. As we look in on the little community today, we find a woeful Abner in the Jot 'em Down store and library talking to Grandpappy Spears. Listen.
Well, howdy. Morning, Grandpap. Come on in.
Yeah, what are you doing there, Abner? Painting a sign?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Pretty nice work. What's it for? Picnic or sociable or something?
No, nothing like that.
Yeah, let me read that.
Don't get so close there. That paint's still wet.
I ain't got on my spectacles.
You're going to have it on your nose there if you don't back off from that board a little.
Big closing out sale. Well, I do know. Having a sale, huh?
Yeah.
Everything must go. Prices cut half in two. Oh, you can't do it, Abner.
I am doing it.
Well, what do you mean closing out sale?
Just what it says on there, Grandpap.
You ain't closing out the Jot 'em Down store, are you?
Why, sure. I don't know what else I can do. Going to lose the store anyway, so
I just figured I might as well get all I can out of it first.
Going to lose it?
Why, sure.
Oh, Saphires.
Well, it's the truth. Me and Lum mortgaged the store to get money for Lum's bail. Well, the fact is, I mortgaged my house, too, and
I heard that.
Well, Squire tells me now that if Lum don't come back, why, we lose everything we put up.
Well, I do know.
And I don't think Lum's ever coming back. If he was, he'd be back by now. And even if he did come back, I'd tell him to get right out of town again as fast as he could.
Tell him to get out of town?
Why, sure.
And lose your store and home?
Yes, sir.
Well, what in the world would you want to do a silly thing like that for?
Why, call them police fellers, that Mr. Adams and Mr. Fremont's just dying to get their hands on Lum.
Natural.
And from the way they talk, while Lum ain't got a chance in the world of getting out of this now. He'll get sent to the penitentiary for the rest of his life, just sure as the world.
Yeah, well, he has made himself look awful suspicious running off this way, I'll say that much.
Course he has. Oughtn't to ever did it.
Jiminy, that Lum can get himself into more trouble than any one feller I ever run up again my whole life. I don't know what's the matter with him anyway.
Well, now, it weren't Lum's fault, Grandpap. Is that Dodge and E. Smith is who it was. He's the one that was running that counterfeiting outfit. And he got Lum into this on a purpose, too.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
But Lum ought to know better than to get mixed up in an unlegal thing like that.
Well, he never knows what he's getting into. He thought them was pamphlets on right living that he's delivering. He never knowed they's counterfeit money.
Yeah, but he ought to found that out before he went traipsing all over the country with them bundles.
Aw.
Well, I knowed all the time that was counterfeit money.
How did you know that?
Well, I believe that's your ring, Abner.
How did you know what was in them packages?
That is your telephone ringing, Abner.
All right, I'll get it. I still don't think that you know, though. Just make it. Hello. Got 'em down to one library. Abner Peabody doing the talking. Oh, howdy, Caleb. No, still ain't heard a word from either one of 'em. Yeah, me too, Caleb. Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll let you know the minute I find out anything. I'll call you right up. Not at all. Goodbye.
Caleb, we hunt, huh?
Yeah, doggies, he just worrying himself half to death over Cedric disappearing. Calls up here every 10 minutes, looks like.
Yeah, well, you can't blame him.
No.
Cedric ought never to run away from home without telling his papa where he's going. Ought never to have broke out of jail, neither.
Well, of course, Cedric never know that he's done nothing wrong.
Oh, sassafras, he's old enough to know better than that.
Well, he never, though, Grandpa.
Just the same, if I was old Caleb, I'd take that boy over my knee right now and give him a good thrashing's what I'd do.
Well, how could he do that? He don't even know where Cedric's at.
That's right, ain't it?
Why, sure. And besides, that Cedric's road to where he's a lot bigger than his papa. I don't think Caleb could put him across his knee.
No, well, he could horse with him. He could do that.
Oh, well, the boy. Just be quiet, Grandpap. Just get off the subject.
Do you reckon Lum and Cedric's all summers together?
I don't know. I hope they're, though. That way, why, Cedric will have somebody to tell him what to do, and Lum will have a car to ride in.
Yeah.
I'd hate to think of Lum having to walk all the way to Mexico.
Yeah, that would... Mexico?
Yeah. No more likely that's where he went. I know every time he gets himself in trouble, he always says that's where he's going. Fact is, I think that's where I'm going, too.
You're going to Mexico?
Yeah. Just as quick as I get the store sold out, I'm going. Going to take the money I get from here and pack up Elizabeth and little Pearl, just head right out for the border.
Pack them up? What do you mean, pack them up?
Why, load them in the car, pack up their belongings, and head out of here.
So she's aiming on packing them with the furniture, the way you're talking?
Oh, of course not. Ain't going to take no furniture.
Oh, prattle, you never will go to Mexico. You know, you're just talking there.
I will do it. Told you I was going to lose my house anyway, so I got to move somewhere. And I just figured I might as well move down there where Lum's at, and him and me can start up partnerships and some kind of a business again.
Yeah, what kind of business would you go in down Mexico?
Well, I don't know.
You can't even talk Mexican.
I don't know how they talk down there. Ain't never been there. Don't know whether I can or not. Ain't never tried it. Might talk it good. More likely going to grocery business, I reckon, as long as we got some experience along that line. Might just have a Mexican grocery store selling avocados and things. Sell what? Come over that again, Abner. Avocados, I believe they call them. What's that? Why, it's Mexican vegetable or something, I reckon. I've heard Lum talk about them. Sell avocados and bananas and carambas and bonus noches and things like that. Oh, Mexican vegetable, huh? Yeah, I reckon there. I've heard of them names someplace. I don't know.
Wonderful world.
Wonderful? Oh, my goodness. Lum!
Well, for goodness sakes, Lum Eater.
Why, Lum!
Where in the world have you been? We've been looking everywhere for you.
Why, sure we have, Lum.
Well, don't carry on like you seen a ghost. It's just me.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Let me look at you.
Yeah, surprised you, didn't I?
Doggies, you just might not scared me to death.
Was you uneasy about me?
Why, Lum, we've looked every place in the world for it. Fact is, I'd plumb give up on you ever coming back. I hate to admit it now, but look at this sign I was printing on here.
What are you doing putting on a closing out sale?
Well, I just figured, Lum, that you wasn't coming back, and
Yeah.
I was just going to close out the store, meet you down in Mexico.
I aim to come back all the time, but I was scared to tell you where I was going, feared you'd blab it all over town.
Well, I'll swan to goodness, don't you never run off that way again, not tell me where you're going, you hear me? Yeah, swan, Lum, you outdo any one feller I ever seen in my life. Well, here, wait a minute. You can't stand out here. Yeah, come on, get behind that counter and hide till we can sneak you out of town.
Oh, wait, I didn't come back just to hide.
Well, now, they'll get you just as sure as the world, Lum.
Yeah, Lum, they're hot on your trail.
Mr. Adams and Mr. Fremont, they're hunting high and low for you.
Well, call them up and tell them to stop hunting, because here I am. Tell them to come over here and get me.
No, now, you don't know what you're saying. Them fellers is fixing to send you to the penitentiary for the rest of your life.
I'll take my chances on that. You call them up and tell them I want to give myself up.
No, sir, now, you ain't going to do that now, Lum. Come on, get behind this counter and hide. Now, come on, go on.
Yeah, you better go on, Lum.
Get on over there now.
Abner, quit shoving me.
Well,
I ain't going to hide no place. I can take care of myself all right. I know what I'm doing.
No, you don't either. Now, you do what I say, Lum.
You back from Mexico already, Lum? Mexico? I ain't been to Mexico. I've been to St. Louis. Oh, must have been somebody else that went to Mexico then, Abner. What do you look like, Abner? Do you have a mustache like Lum?
Grandpap, we ain't got time to talk about that. Now, come on, Lum, get behind that counter. Now, please, before Mr. Adams or Mr. Fremont come along. They come in here all the time.
Well, let them come. They're exactly the fellers I come back to see. If you just give me a chance to talk for a minute, I'd explain a few things to you.
There ain't no time to explain nothing now, and you standing out here.
Yes, there is, Abner. Leave me alone. First thing I want to tell you about is a big surprise I brung back.
Surprise?
Yes, sir.
Well, Lum, that was awful thoughty of you to bring me something, but I'll look at it later. Now, we got to concentrate on getting you out of here right now.
No, Abner, I told you I weren't going to do no hiding.
Oh, me.
I went away for a certain purpose, and now I've come back to give myself up and stand trial.
Stand trial?
Of course I'm going to stand trial.
Oh, you better not. Well,
I figure I got a pretty good chance now on account of this prize I brung back. And if you'll just hush up for a minute, I'll show it to you.
Yeah, but now, Lum...
All right, Cedric, bring it in.
Cedric? Our dog, is he with you?
Is Cedric back, too? Where in the world's he been?
Yeah.
He was in St. Louis with me.
Oh, with you, huh?
Well, wait a minute. Let me show you my surprise, and then I'll tell you all about everything.
Yeah,
you better call up Caleb and let him know right away, Abner.
Yeah,
He's awful anxious and uneasy about Cedric.
Yeah, and Cedric was with you all the time, was he, Lum?
Of course he was.
Well...
Now, you fellers close your eyes till I tell you to open them. Go ahead, do as I say.
All right, but we're wasting a lot of time, Lum.
This is going to be a surprise. All right, come on, Cedric, hurry up.
Yes, Mama, I hear you. I'm coming.
Can we open my eyes yet, Lum?
Not quite. That's it, Cedric. Whoa, right there. That's good, right there.
Yes, Mama.
All right. Abner, Granddad, go ahead, open your eyes.
Doggy, this is just like Christmas. Well, for goodness sake, Diogenes Smith.
In person.
Wonderful world, Diogenes.
Andy, you know what that music's saying?
Yes, sir, Amos. That music say good health to all from Rexall, the stores with the orange and blue sign.
Yes, 10,000 independent Rexall druggists at the stores with the orange and blue sign bring you transcribed The Amos and Andy Show, written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, featuring Ernestine Wade, Johnny Lee, Amanda Randolph, Roy Glenn, Vince Townsend, Will Wright, Jeff Alexander's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll, Amos and Andy.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Charles Correll. Today I have the wonderful news you always like to hear, the Rexall 1-cent sale. The sale that gives you twice as much for only a penny more. Begins April 7th, a week from Wednesday. And this coming week, you'll find a 4-page Rexall magazine ad that lists every item selling at 2 for the price of 1, plus a penny. The ad is in Life, Look, Collier's, Saturday Evening Post, and Country Gentleman, the issues that appear this week. Now, be sure to check that big 4-page ad so you won't miss a single saving in the Rexall 1-cent sale, April 7th through 10th.
Well, Sapphire has left the Kingfish in the past, but this time it looks as though she really means it. There was no violent quarrel, no outburst from Mama, no threats, no arguments. It was just that when the Kingfish got home from a lodge meeting at 11 o'clock last night, Sapphire and her mother were gone without a trace. Right now, the Kingfish and his friend Andy are discussing the situation.
You mean to say that when you got home, that Sapphire and her mama was gone, Kingfish?
Yes, Andy, it was quite a shock. It was just like in the poem. They'd unfolded their tents and stole away like 2 big, fat, ugly Arabs.
Yeah, well, tell me this. Didn't you expectorate what they was up to?
No, Andy, all I know is they're gone, and gone without a trace.
Say, Kingfish, you sound like you really misses them two.
Well, Andy, it's the stillness that gets me.
Yeah,
I miss the old familiar sounds.
No.
The sound of Mama when she used to push back her transformation and scratch a ball pig with that old oyster fork. And Sapphire listening to the radio in the evening, clicking her up a plate in time with exactly a cougat. And since the pivot tooth loosened up on her, she done developed a pretty nasty rumble beat, you know.
Yeah. Between the two of them, you must have had a pretty obnoxious obligata around there.
Yeah, it was a pretty picayune pizzicata going on there.
Well, I guess all in all, you has had a pretty hard life with Sapphire. But I'll tell you one thing, yours was the greatest courtship I done ever heard of.
Yes, Andy, we started out 3 different times to get married before we really got nuptialated. Yeah, and something went wrong every time, you know.
Yeah, I'll never forget the first time. I was your best man, and it looked like nothing could go wrong.
Oh, yeah, I can see it now just as plain, Andy.
Yeah, you and Sapphire was right up to the altar, and the preacher was saying to you...
You, Sapphire Smith, take this man to be your lawful wedded husband, to love, honor, and cherish till death do you part.
I do.
And do you, George Stevens, take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife, to love, honor, and cherish till death do you part?
I do.
You could say it louder.
Well, I said it loud enough.
You did not, and this is my wedding, and I ain't going to have nobody mess it up.
Well, now, listen, this is my wedding, too, and I'm going to say I do the way I want to say I do.
You say it the way I tell you to say it.
Now, wait a minute, Sheriff. I ain't going to have you telling me...
Please. If the bride and groom would please stop fighting, I'd like to join them in holy wedlock.
Well, he started.
I did not.
If you contradict me, I'll hit you with this bouquet.
Look out.
If you think I'm going to tap all this, you'll say.
Well, Andy, I got her to the hospital 2 weeks later. And then we tried it again that spring. The state fair offered a prize of $1,000 to any couple that would be married in a balloon.
Yeah, I remember that. You and Sapphire and the preacher was in the basket ready to tie the knot, and off you went.
Yeah, the ceremony was going fine till right over the agricultural exhibit, the ropes broke. Next thing I knowed, I was saying I do to a prize-winning sow.
Yeah, well, when you finally got married, though, you done eloped. Why did you want to elope for?
Well, Andy, we figured that was the best way, because, well, I didn't figure Sapphire's mama had no use for me. I went calling one night, and when she opened the door, she insulted me. She said, "Oh, it's you no good out of work bum."
Yeah, but, what'd she say that insulted you?
Man, that woman really didn't want me to marry her daughter. Yeah, during the First World War, that old walrus tried to get me drafted into the Army.
Well, that was only being patriotic, trying to get you in the Army.
The German Army?
Oh. Yeah. Well, I'll say one thing. When you finally got around to it, you and Sapphire had a pretty romantic elopement.
Oh, I'll say, Andy, that was some elopement. I remember that night back in Marietta, Georgia.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I wanted everything to be as romantic as possible. I had the train reservations to Niagara Falls. And remember, you helped me carry the ladder over to Sapphire's house.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. It sure was a dark night. I remember we was going to set up the ladder in the bushes under Sapphire's window.
Easy, Andy, easy. Easy with the ladder there, boy. I don't want to wake up Mama. Nah, you know, that old gal, her mama really hates me.
Yeah, she don't like you, huh?
Yeah. She gonna hate me worse when she finds out I done charged the tickets on the Honeymoon Express to her.
Yeah, well, we better be careful. Now, come on, let's ease the ladder up there.
Yeah, let me get hold of it, Jeff. All right, here we go.
Yeah. Kingfish, you think this ladder is long enough to reach that second-story window?
It's long enough, yeah. That's all right. It's Sapphire's window.
Yeah, well, Kingfish, as far as the elopement goes, I think this is where I gets off. Free as a crowd. Special on a honeymoon.
Yeah, well, so long. I'll see you when I get back, Andy. Thank you. Well, I better let Sapphire know I'm here. I am calling you. Oh, Sapphire, my darling, I is here.
Come on up, George, and help me with my suitcase.
Coming right up, my honey dear.
Oh, be careful, my sweetheart.
Yeah, the ladder is really shaky, darling. Open the window higher so I can get you out, my love.
Oh, my darling, kiss me.
All right, dear. Mm.
Oh, George, will you promise me you'll always kiss me just the same way?
Well, I don't know if I'll always have a ladder with me.
Oh, George, just think. Here we are, ready to go on a life of romance.
Yeah, that's it. Well, let me take you in my arms, my love. Easy, easy. There we go, down the ladder. The ladder is a little steadier now. I guess our double weight do that to it.
Well, now be careful, Georgie.
Yeah, here we is. Just one more step. Here we is, my love. Away from that mother of yours. We done really outsmarted her.
Oh, George, I'm the happiest woman in the whole world.
Yes, Andy, that's the way it was. Sure was a romantic elopement, boy.
Yeah, well, if everything was that romantic, what happened? Somewhere along the broad highway of happiness, you must have hit a chuck hole.
Yeah, Andy, we did. Our honeymoon, that's what started it off on the wrong foot.
Yeah, but I thought you had reservations for a compartment on the train to Niagara Falls and everything.
Well, I did, Andy. Something happened on that train to spoil everything.
Yeah, now, what was it, Kingfish?
Well, Andy, suppose we get some breakfast and I'll tell you.
Okay. Was it really bad, Kingfish?
Yes, Andy, I ain't never told nobody this before, but on our honeymoon, Sapphire went to Niagara Falls, but as far north as I ever got was Poughkeepsie.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist with more news about the greatest money-saving advertisement in Rexall history. Our ad for the 1-cent sale, April 7th through 10th, is 4 full pages, appearing this week in 5 national magazines: Life, Look, Collier's, Saturday Evening Post, and Country Gentleman. This extraordinary advertisement describes more than 200 items at 2 for the price of 1 plus a penny. Alongside each item, you'll find a small square in which you may mark every saving you want to make in our big 4-day Rexall 1-cent sale. Be sure to look for this gigantic advertisement this week in Life, Look, Collier's, Saturday Evening Post, and Country Gentleman.
Want another cup of coffee, Andy?
No. I want to hear what happened on your honeymoon that kept you from getting any further than Poughkeepsie.
Well, Andy, it was one of them things. We got to New York that afternoon, and I had to change trains.
Yeah.
I think it was one of them big depots there, the Grand Central of Pennsylvania or something. Anyway, I checked the ladder in the baggage room, and we was waiting around the station. We was waiting for the Honeymoon Express.
Oh, George, ain't this wonderful? You and me in New York waiting to board the Honeymoon Express for Niagara Falls.
Yeah, kitchy coo, my flapper wappy.
Kitchy coo, my shinky winky.
Now, Poughkeepsie, Albany, Buffalo, Niagara Falls, station level 1, track 2, level 1, track 2, boarding now.
George, that's our train, the Honeymoon Express.
Yeah, now listen, honey, here's my wallet. Now, the tickets is in the wallet there, and the car number is 7, and the compartment is D. Now, you have the porter take our bags, and I'll meet you on the train.
Well, George, where you going?
Well, I'm going to buy a couple of magazines and a box of saltwater taffy. It's a long trip to Niagara Falls, you know.
Well, all right, George. I'll see you on the train. It's level 1, track 2.
Well, I got the magazines and the candy. Now I'll get on the train. Oh, boy, is I excited. I got a whole pound of taffy for 39 cents. Let's see. The man said the train was on level 2, track 1. Or was it level 1, track 2? No, I must have it right. Level 2, track 1. Yeah, I see a gate over there. Well, anyway, Niagara Falls, here I come. Oh.
Conductor, he must be on the train someplace.
I'm sorry, miss, but I've been through every car, and he's not on board.
Oh, dear. What could have happened to him? He said he'd meet me on the train. We're on our honeymoon.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry. The only thing I can figure out is he must have gotten on the wrong train back at the railroad station.
Oh, me. I just got on this train here before it left. I had to walk through 4 cars. Here we is. The next one is car 7. Yeah, now to find compartment D. Well, here's B, C, R. Here we is, compartment D. At last, we'll be alone together. I'll knock on the door. Open up, honey lamb. It's your cheeky weeky. Open up, my flapper wappy.
What do you want, Buster?
What do I want? This is compartment D, ain't it?
Yeah.
Well, what is you doing in there with my wife?
Your wife? There's nobody in here but my partner.
Well, what has you done with my flapper wappy?
What are you talking
now,
about?
listen, mister, you was in my compartment. I got my reservations, compartment D on the Honeymoon Express.
Well, good for you. This happens to be the Seaboard Flyer heading for Georgia. Now, 23 skidoo, cheeky weeky.
Oh, me. There must be some way out of this.
Holy mackerel, Kingfish, that was a mess. You and Sapphire on 2 different trains.
Yes, and I didn't have no ticket and no money, and they put me off the train in Washington. I was desperate, Andy, so I started to hitchhike in the general direction of Niagara Falls.
Holy smoke, Kingfish, that was a terrible mess.
Yes, Andy, and if it hadn't been for that box of saltwater taffy, my honeymoon would have been a total loss.
Well, how did you ever get the thing straightened out?
Well, it was a mess, all right. Sapphire and me both tried to backtrack.
Mm-hmm.
She got off the train in Buffalo and took the next one to Poughkeepsie.
Yeah.
And I got to New York, and I started for Poughkeepsie.
Yeah.
By the time I got there, Sapphire was back in New York.
Well, didn't you ever get together?
No, Andy, the closest we come to getting together was when I picked up a postcard from her at General Delivery. It was mailed from Marietta, Georgia, and say, having a fine honeymoon, wish you was here.
That is a shame, because your elopement sure got off to a romantic start.
Oh, yeah, Andy, but it looked like she has done walked out on me for good, Andy. Well, I tell you, Andy, I just feel so... Wait a minute, I'll get it. Hello? George Kingfish Stevens speaking.
I knew I'd find you home, you no-good loping bum.
Oh, Mama dear, nice to hear from you, yeah.
Listen, I just called you up to tell you the express company is coming up for me and Sapphire's trunks.
Your trunks?
Yeah. We're over here at my house in Brooklyn, and we is staying here.
Now, wait a minute, Mama. You mean to say that Sapphire done left me for good?
That's right. She ain't never coming back to you.
But, Mama, she can't do this. I loves her and I misses her. I was all choked up inside. I got a tight feeling around my heart and the emptiness in the pit of my stomach. I needs my wife back.
You don't need no white baldy. You need bicarbonate of soda.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, me. Andy, that was her mama. And she and Saphires over in Brooklyn, and they're sending for the trunks.
Yeah, well, from the sound of that, it looked like the old lady really talked Sapphire into leaving you for good.
Now, listen, Andy, thinking it over, this whole thing has been my fault, you know it?
Well...
No wonder we've been fighting all our life. I never give her no honeymoon, and she never had no real happy married life. I got to find some way to get Sapphire back. I think I'll go over and talk to my lawyer, Algonquin J. Calhoun.
Well, it looks like Sapphire's mama is the one that's putting her up to this. Why don't you go over and reason with the old gal?
Reason with Sapphire's mama? That's as ridiculous as Senator McCarthy singing, I'm just wild about Harry. Oh.
This is your Rexall family druggist again. Here is how a typical customer plans her savings in advance for the Rexall 1-cent sale, April 7th through 10th.
Well, first I read that wonderful Rexall ad. It's 4 full pages in 5 magazines. This week's Life, Look, Collier's, Saturday Evening Post, and Country Gentleman.
The advertisement describes more than 200 items, selling at 2 for the price of 1, plus a penny.
And I put a check mark in the little square beside each item that I want. Then my Rexall druggist reserves those items for me to pick up any time during the 1-cent sale, April 7th through 10th.
So, friends, be sure to get this big 4-page Rexall advertisement. It comes out this week in Life, Look, Collier's, Saturday Evening Post, and Country Gentleman.
Yeah, Calhoun, that's the whole thing. The Kingfish here wants to get his wife back.
You don't mean to tell me. That's right, Calhoun. I'm broken-hearted. My little lovebird has flew the coop. My sweet turtle dove done spread her wings and flew. I come to you to find a way to lure my little pigeon back to the roost.
Man, you don't need a lawyer. You need cracker crumbs.
Now, Calhoun, I am serious. I want to get my wife back and start all over again.
Now, wait a minute, Chad. Don't you know when you're well off? When you get her back, you'll only go back to fighting again.
Well, now, wait a minute, here. Wait a minute. The Kingfish and Sapphire had a happy elopement. Now, he's looking for some way to recapture that old romantic spirit.
Yeah, well, Kingfish, if that's what you're after, the thing to do is like the police does.
What's that?
Go back to the scene and reconstruct the crime.
Yeah, I get what you mean there. Yeah, maybe I could call up Sapphire over to Mama's and talk her into starting all over again, making a fresh start right from the beginning.
Yeah. Now, there's something. That's the thing, Kingfish. Get a ladder and go through the elopement just like you done when you was young.
Yeah, that's just what I'll do. Oh, that's great. And, Andy, you can come along and help me just like you did years ago.
That's right.
You know, boys, this reminds me of my mama and papa when they was young. Yeah, Papa has often told me how on one dark night he got a ladder and went over to where Mama was staying. He put the ladder up to her window, climbed up and called, "Darling, I'm here." And then he took her in his arms, carried her down the ladder to his car, and they sped off into the night.
Yeah, Calhoun, that was a beautiful elopement.
Elopement nothing. He was bringing Mama out of the woman's prison.
Well, Andy, here's Mama's house. Bring the ladder around the back here. Come on.
Yeah. You know, I can't get over how much this is like the old house back in Marietta, Georgia. The old lady's even got the bushes round back here, just like the old place.
Yeah, well, let's set the ladder up here now.
Okay. You say you done talked to Sapphire on the phone, huh?
Yes, Andy. She wasn't too happy about the second elopement, but she willing to give it a try.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I told her, too, Andy. I say, Sapphire, darling, I got the tickets for the Honeymoon Express. Yeah, I guess when I told her that I had the tickets, that kind of broke her down a little.
Well, yeah. You say you got the tickets and everything.
Yeah. Oh, the train leaves at 9:15. And this time I ain't going back for no saltwater taffy neither. I can get on. That's Yeah, well, I was all set here now. I better let her know I was here. Yeah, I tell you what I'll do now. I'll give her the signal that we used on our first elopement. The Indian love call.
Go ahead.
Listen. I am calling you. Now, you gonna answer me, Andy.
And I answer
Holy mackerel. The last time I heard the Indian make a noise like that was in a moving picture. He had an arrow sticking out of his gallbladder.
Listen, Brother Andy, I tell you what, so this will be nice and sweet. You get on out of here. You don't want to spoil the romance of the occasion, you see.
Yeah, well, okay, Kingfish. Good luck to you. I'll be seeing you later.
All right.
All right, George. You gonna spend the whole night down there? If you is coming up, get a move on.
Well, take it easy. Hold your horses, woman. I'm getting up there. Holy smokes, this ladder is more shaky than it was the first time. Ain't easy climbing up here. I think that 25 years ago I sprinted up without touching the rung.
Listen, George, if we're gonna elope, hurry it up. I'm gonna catch cold here with this open window.
Well, I come in. Keep your big fat mouth shut. Now, here we is. Here. Now, come into my arms, my darling.
Well, pick me up.
Yeah, well, let me get a grip on you here.
What's the matter?
Well, can't you give a little bit? I can't get you over the sill, honey.
Some romantic elopement this is.
Well, now, look, honey, we got to get the spirit back. Now, put your arms around me here, honey.
Well, all right, George. How's that?
Yeah, well, that's better now. We should have an easy trip down. Our double weight will steady the ladder like it did years ago. Yeah, there we go. Holy mackerel. It ain't steady. It's really shaking.
George, look out! Oh, George, is you all right? I landed right on top of you.
Oh, I think I was all right.
Well, then get up. We don't want to miss the Honeymoon Express.
Oh, honey, I can't get up.
What's the matter, George?
Well, we done recaptured the romantic spirit, but I done busted my collarbone. I want to thank you boys for bringing me the nice flowers over here.
Oh, yeah. Well, me and Amos is sorry about you breaking your collarbone, Kingfish.
Yeah, we sure is, Kingfish. It's a shame, and you're going to be laid up like this. I'm sorry about it.
Yeah.
Well, the doctor say I can get up in a day or so. I got to keep the cast on, though, for a few more weeks. It's too bad this had to happen just when you was trying to give Sapphire a romantic second honeymoon.
Yeah, it is. You say the ladder shook all over the place coming down, huh?
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess ain't none of us getting no younger. Kingfish must have lost his balance. And I think we better leave the Kingfish alone. Sapphire say something about bringing the supper right in.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, we'll be seeing you around, Kingfish.
Well, so long, boys. So long. Thank you. Well, let me get myself comfortable here around the neck. Hello, Sapphire and Mama.
We brought you supper in, George.
Oh, thank you, Sapphire, and thank you, Mama.
Huh. So wonder you didn't break my daughter's neck, you clumsy oaf.
Now, wait a minute, Mama. I was just trying to capture our old romance.
Huh. You ain't ever done nothing right in your life.
Never done nothing right.
No.
What is you talking about? On that first elopement, we really pulled the wool over your eyes. You didn't know what was going on. We really fooled you that time.
You ain't never fooled no one in your life.
George, remember the night we first eloped? You remember how much steadier the ladder was coming down than it was going up?
Yeah, I remember that very well.
Tell him, Mama.
George, 25 years ago, I was in the bushes steadying that ladder.
Oh, no.
This is Harlow Wilcox with more news about the greatest shopping list that ever made your money go almost twice as far. The Rexall 1-cent sale ad is a shopping list. 4 full pages with more than 200 items selling at 2 for the price of 1 plus a penny. If you need toiletries, turn to the column called Toiletry Tips or Shaving Aids or Hair Groom Buys. You'll find whole sections of remedies, medicine chest needs, buys for babies, dozens and dozens of drugstore needs for the whole family at 2 for the price of 1 plus a penny. Don't miss this marvelous shopping list. The Rexall 4-page ad in Life, Look, Collier's, Saturday Evening Post, and Country Gentleman. Check the ad this week and save in the 1-cent sale April 7th through 10th at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Freeman Gosden. National Boys Club Week begins tomorrow. One of the finest things you can do for your community is to support your local boys club in the constructive activities that combat delinquency by helping build useful citizens for tomorrow. Thank you and good night.
See you next Sunday.
Shop in advance for the 1-cent sale.
Check the Rexall 4-page ad in this week's Life, Look, Collier's, Saturday Evening Post, and Country Gentleman.
Use the ad as your shopping list and save in the 1-cent sale April 7th through 10th at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Be sure to be with us at this same time next Sunday when your Rexall druggist will again present The Amos and Andy Show, transcribed and directed by Cliff Howell. Stay tuned for the Bing Crosby program, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Are you reducing tooth decay with Amident ammoniated toothpaste?
Well, answer the man, George.
Of course, Gracie. I use Amident twice a day.
You can smile when you say that.
Yes, it's the Amident Show, transcribed in Hollywood and starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, Steve Benaderet, Hal March, Mary Jane Croft, Harry Lubin and the Amadent Orchestra. For healthy laughter, it's George and Gracie. And for healthier teeth, for fewer cavities, it's Amadent toothpaste. Well, this is the birthday of George Washington, the father of our country. But if he could hear Gracie, I doubt if he'd claim her as one of his children. We find her now talking to her husband, who, by the way, was named after George Washington, shortly after.
George, we've got to stop doing business with our bank. I won't stand for them calling my brother Willie a good-for-nothing loafer.
The bank said that?
They even put it in writing. You know, Willie owed us $100.
Well, he sent us a check last week.
Well, we got it back from the bank, and right across Willie's name, they wrote no account.
That's a very naughty bank, and we'll send them back their calendar.
Oh, I was so mad I went down there this morning to see them. I guess they knew I was coming because when I got there, the shades were down and the bank was closed.
Gracie, they closed the bank because this is Washington's birthday.
Oh, I studied that in school. You know, I remember how after Washington freed the slaves, all the states got together.
You mean Abraham Lincoln?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember how after Washington freed Abraham Lincoln, all the states got...
Gracie.
What?
You must have been real smart when you went to school.
Well, I was as smart as my teacher. We were in the same class for 5 years. You know, George, in those days, teachers weren't very healthy.
They weren't, huh?
No. 4 of my teachers in a row had a nervous breakdown.
That I can understand.
Gee, but school was a lot of fun. I remember the little boy who sat in front of me, Riley Jackson. I used to dip his pigtails in the inkwell.
The boy in front of you had pigtails?
Yes, he used to bring them to school. His father was a butcher.
You had a gay life, kid. Come in.
Hello, everybody. Isn't this a beautiful day? The sun is shining, the birds are singing. George, it's great to be alive.
I know, Bill.
You remember, huh?
Yes.
Bill, what are you so happy about?
I'm in love.
Again?
Oh, this time it's the real thing, George. Since I met this girl, I haven't dated anyone else. I even popped a question last night.
What question, Bill?
Well, you know, Gracie, the same question George asked you before you were married.
Oh, and did she lend you the money?
Gracie, why don't you make Bill some hot chocolate or something?
Would you like some, Bill?
Well, I could use a pickup.
I thought you were through with other girls.
He means he wants hot chocolate.
Oh, all right. Excuse me.
Okay. Say, George, why don't you and Gracie go to Santa Anita with my girl and me this afternoon? Her father owns racehorses, and they've got a box out there.
Sounds like fun. Gracie has never been to the races. And we'd love to meet your girl.
Oh, George, she's wonderful. And her father's got $2 million. But that isn't why I love her.
Oh, no.
No. She's got $1 million of her own.
Bill, I think any man that would let his wife support him is a rat.
Well, we'll pick you up in a half hour, George. I'll bring you a piece of cheese.
A big piece.
Goodbye, Willie. Oh, wait till you meet this doll, George. Whoa!
Girls. That's all he's got on his mind. You'd think he'd have something better to think about. Like, I'll work on it later. Gracie, Willie just left, so never mind the hot chocolate.
Well, thank goodness. You know, it's impossible to heat that stuff. Every time I put a Hershey bar in the toaster, it melts before it pops up.
Look, Gracie.
We can eat the nuts, though.
What?
We can eat the nuts.
Oh.
But you'll have to scrape them off the ceiling.
I'll wear my gloves with the long fingers. Look, Gracie, Bill invited us to the races this afternoon. Would you like to go?
I don't think so, George.
You might win.
Oh, I never could win at a race. My legs are too short.
Honey, I'm talking about the races at Santa Anita with horses.
Oh, well, then I know I couldn't win. I can't run as fast as a horse.
The horses do all the running.
Oh.
You try to pick a horse that's going to win, and you buy a ticket on him. You can buy anything from a $2 ticket to a $100 ticket.
Uh-huh. I guess with a $100 ticket, you sit up front on his neck.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll bet the people with $2 tickets really get bounced around.
Yeah, that's where I had to sit when I did a skating act. I didn't have any money then.
Oh.
Come in.
Hello, Gracie. Hello, George.
Hello, Blanche.
What have you got in the suitcase, Blanche? Going somewhere?
No. Harry and I had a little spat, and I'm throwing a scare into him.
Well, you better let him out of there. You'll suffocate.
He's at home, Gracie.
I'm going up to change clothes. Goodwin will pick us up in 20 minutes, Gracie.
Oh, all right, dear. What's the trouble between you and Harry, Blanche?
Oh, he's so inattentive and unromantic. Doesn't even know I'm alive anymore. I remember when we used to sit in the living room, I'd thrill all over when he'd dim the lights.
Well, doesn't he do that anymore?
Yeah, but now it only means television. These days we only watch the wrestling. Well, I get so mad at Harry. Here it is, a beautiful holiday when we could be together, and he's getting ready to go fishing.
You know, George used to go fishing a lot.
How'd you stop him?
I didn't. I helped him. In fact, when I saw that all his fish hooks were bent, I took a hammer and straightened them out. I don't know why he gave up fishing.
Well, it'll take more than that to stop Harry. That's why I told him I was leaving him.
Oh, but Blanche, you'll scare the poor man to death. He might do something desperate.
Let him. I don't care. He can beg me to come home. If he crawls on his hands and knees, I won't go back to him. I'm through, and when I say that...
Hello?
Hello, Gracie. This is Harry Morton. Is Blanche there?
Yes. Here, Blanche, it's your husband.
Oh. Hello?
Blanche?
Darling, I'll be right home.
That isn't necessary. Just tell me where you put my fishing reel.
Stop begging. I'll be right home. Oh, he needs me, Gracie. Let her such a baby. But I'll see you later, honey.
Bye, Blanche.
Is that phone call for me?
No, dear, it was for Well, George, what in the world are you wearing?
My brown and red check suit. I bought it in London last summer. Looked very sporty at the races today.
Oh, I wish you'd had that suit on our honeymoon. We wouldn't have had to send out for a checkerboard.
Gracie, you better get ready to leave for the track.
Oh, all right, dear.
Don't be too long. Come in.
Sam the tailor at your service.
Hello, Sam. You can put my clothes on the chair there. Sam, how do you like the suit I'm wearing?
That's a suit.
For your information, this suit came from England.
Well, they finally got even for Bunker Hill.
I'm going to the track this afternoon. Do you know anything about horses?
That's some question to ask a tailor. You always asking me questions. I'm not interested. If you want to ask me something, ask me Sam. How's business?
Okay. Sam, how's business?
Don't ask.
Well, good luck, Sam.
Toodle-doodle.
Toodle-doodle, yeah. How's business? Don't ask. You like me falling for an old joke like that. Ain't misbehaving all by myself. I guess jokes are like women's styles. Every 7 years they come back. Ain't misbehaving, I'm happy on the shelf, babe. Guess I'll be a straight man all my life. Throw me a piece of bait and I swallow it. Gonna talk to saving my love. Oh, baby, love for you. Really saving love for you. I know for certain you're the one I love.
George?
Yeah?
Well?
Huh? Oh, yes. Gracie, you look absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, no, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Okay, you talked me into it.
Hey, is that another new dress?
Oh, now don't get excited, dear. I bought this dress and it didn't cost me 1 penny.
That I'd like to hear.
Well, first I bought a dress for $80 and charged it.
Yeah.
Then I took it back and exchanged it for a $40 dress. So I owe the store $40 and they owe me $40, so we're even.
That's probably how Jack Benny figures out his age.
Oh, I can't wait to get to the racetrack.
Wish Goodwin would hurry up. By the way, have you seen my binoculars?
No, but when we get back from the track, you can show them to me.
I'll do that.
Oh, I wish my brother Willie was here. He loves to go to the races.
Yeah, I can tell by that check he sent us. I noticed in his letter that he and his wife are back together again.
Yes. Did I ever tell you how Willie and Ethel happened to separate?
No.
Well, 5 years ago, they went out in the yard to clean a rug.
Hmm.
Ethel held the rug up and told Willie to beat it. So he did.
Away for 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
I'll bet Ethel was glad to see him.
Well, Willie said she was so glad she dropped the rug and kissed him.
I wish Goodwin would get here.
Well, while we're waiting, why don't you sing to me, Sugar Throat? You sing so beautifully.
Now I don't.
Yes, you do.
Okay, you talked me into it.
Ain't misbehaving all by myself. Ain't misbehaving all by
This is Bill Goodwin, folks. Did you or any member of your family have to have a tooth filled last year? And are you still using the same toothpaste you used when those cavities occurred? Well, if that's the case, tell me this. How can you expect to have fewer cavities, less tooth decay, until you change to a toothpaste that has proven it can reduce tooth decay? Give yourself and your children the benefit of that wonderful new discovery, Amident, the ammoniated toothpaste. Remember, if you're using today the same toothpaste you used a year ago, your toothpaste is not ammoniated. It has not changed its formula to include the new anti-decay ingredients. It can do no more to reduce tooth decay than it did last year. So why not use a little plain common sense? You want fewer cavities for yourself and certainly your children. Change your toothpaste. Change away from the toothpaste that has not been able to prevent the cavities you had last year. Change to Amident ammoniated toothpaste, the toothpaste that has proved it can reduce tooth decay by regular daily use. That's A-M-M-I-D-E-N-T, Amident. And remember, Amident toothpaste and Amident tooth powder are recommended by more dentists than any other dentifrice in America.
I wish Bill would hurry up. I can't wait to get to Santa Anita.
And I can't wait to meet his new girl. I'm so glad Bill is finally going to settle down. You know, he's been so miserable.
Bill has been miserable?
Oh, yes, every night out with a different girl, kissing, hugging, necking. He'll be so happy when he gets married and doesn't have to do that anymore.
Getting married doesn't stop a man from kissing.
It doesn't?
No.
George Burns, who have you been kissing?
You. There.
So that's what that is.
Yeah, I don't know you well enough to shake hands.
George, you're glad you settled down and married me, aren't you?
Well, sure, honey. You're the greatest little wife a man ever had.
Huh?
What's the matter?
That's no compliment. You've only had one wife. Now, if Artie Shaw had said that, it would mean something.
I'll have him call you.
Say, George, maybe the Mortons would like to go to the races with us. I'll call them.
Okay, but tell them that they have to be ready in 10 minutes.
Hello?
Blanche, this is Gracie. Would you folks like to go to the races with us?
Oh, I'd love to. But I'll have to persuade my little fisherman.
All right, and hurry over.
I'll call you back. Bye.
Bye.
Harry,
Yeah?
George is taking Gracie out to Santa Anita this afternoon.
It's not far enough. She'll find her way back.
They're going to the races, and they want us to go with them.
I'm going fishing.
Fish, fish, fish! All you think about. Why did you marry a fish instead of me? Well, answer me.
Give me time. It ain't easy.
Come on, Harry. We'll have fun.
Blanche, I'm not going anywhere with Gracie. It's embarrassing.
Well, I'd rather go out with Gracie than that gravel-throated ham she's married to. Calls himself Sugar Throat. Maybe if he keeps straining that voice, he'll get the lumps out.
Well, anyway, I am not going to the racetrack with that numbskull next door.
I thought you liked George.
You know who I mean. The one who protested when the longshoreman got a raise because she thought it was unfair to the short-shoreman. Now, please, Blanche, leave me alone. I'm going fishing this afternoon.
All right, Harry. If that's what you want, we'll go fishing.
Now, that's the way I like to hear you. We'll go fishing?
Well, you can do all the fishing. Mother and I will just sit there and dangle our feet in the water.
Phone the Burnses. We're going to the races.
Anything you want, dear. You're the boss.
Yeah, I've got you right where you want me.
Hello?
Okay, Gracie, I talked Harry into going to the track.
Oh, I knew you could do it, Blanche.
Yeah, we'll be over in 5 minutes. Goodbye.
Bye.
What are you laughing at?
The way Blanche wraps her husband around her little finger.
Poor Harry.
Oh, it isn't just Harry. All husbands are putty in the hands of a smart woman.
You don't say.
Do you know, George is easier to work than Harry.
George?
Yeah. Oh, this'll kill you.
You mean your husband?
Yes. He had a hole in his sock, and he wanted me to darn it.
But you didn't.
No, I'll just turn the sock inside out, and the hole won't show.
You're pretty clever.
And listen to this. He thinks the cleaner lost the brown overcoat he bought last year.
That's what he thinks.
Yeah. The cleaners don't lose coats. My father's had that coat cleaned 3 times.
Your husband sounds like a real schmo. Who do you think I am?
But you're... Why, George Burns, we were just talking about
know
you.
I am. Oh, Gracie, I don't know what to do.
Come in. Well, hello, Burnsy.
Well,
Hiya,
hello,
Bill.
Bill.
Well, folks, here she is, the most wonderful girl in the world, the one and only, my fiancée. George and Gracie, meet Miss, what's your name again, honey?
Ann Nelson.
Oh, sure, Ann Nelson.
How do you do?
Glad to meet you, Ann.
The pleasure's mine.
George, surely you're not going to wear that red and brown suit.
Certainly, I think it's fine. I wouldn't take anything for this suit.
Well, I better take something. It's making me sick.
Relax, Willie.
Ann, how soon are you and Bill getting married?
Married? Why, Mrs. Burns, we're hardly acquainted.
Well, that's all right. It's much easier to get acquainted after you're married.
Well, don't rush us, Gracie. I've got to save up a few dollars first.
Yes, that's life. The good-looking ones are always broke. The richer they are, the homelier they are.
George, I didn't know you were that loaded.
Get laughs while you're single, Willie.
And you and Bill really must get married. Marriage is wonderful. Now look at Judge and me. We're so happy.
Really?
Oh, yes. We laugh all the time. Show them how happy you are, George.
Oh, Gracie.
George Burns, show them how happy you are. Now show them how you felt before you got married.
Oh.
And now? Get married, Anne. Has Bill spoken to your father yet?
Oh, yes, that was quite a scene. Daddy's crazy about horses, and Bill's crazy about Amident toothpaste. When they met, instead of shaking hands, they examined each other's teeth.
Oh, her father and I got along great. He told me how he made $2 million in the stock market, and I told him to go out and buy AT&T.
He made $2 million in the stock market, and he needs you to tell him to buy AT&T.
Oh, sure. Amident toothpaste and tooth powder. Oh, there's a real preferred buy, George. Amident not only helps reduce tooth decay, but it's a grand wake-up toothpaste. It tastes delightful, leaves your teeth bright and sparkling, and your mouth feeling fresh and clean.
And if you marry Willie, you better be prepared for a little shock. Instead of you, this kid will carry Amident across the threshold.
Oh, don't you worry, Am. I'll carry my precious little bundle across the threshold. Then I'll come back and get you. And you can brush your teeth with Amident. It's recommended by more dentists than any other dentifrice.
I'll never use anything but Amident, Bill.
Oh, that's my baby. Oh, my gosh, I just remembered. I forgot to cancel my golf date. Can I use your phone, George?
Sure. Use the one in the den.
Okay. Excuse me, Ann, honey. I'm going in the den for a moment.
Well, hurry back, lover.
Oh, I will, sweetheart.
I'll miss you, darling.
Oh, I'll miss you, precious.
Bye.
Goodbye. Bye. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, angel.
All that just to go into the next room? And if he ever goes to the drugstore to use the phone, you'll need a chaperone.
Oh, George, you're very unromantic. You've been using that phone in the den for 18 years. And not only don't you kiss me, you don't even wave goodbye.
Well, the next time I go in the den, I'll wave goodbye. And when I get there, I'll write to you.
Airmail?
Yes, airmail. It's special delivery. And I understand your father has quite a string of horses.
Oh, yes, I have a few myself. I wish you and Mrs. Burns would come out to our ranch sometime. Let me show you around.
We'd love to, Anne.
I've got a full-blooded Arabian that I'm crazy about.
Well, don't let Bill find out about him. You know those sheiks are very romantic.
The Arabian is a horse.
Oh, yes, he's a champion show horse. He's 5-gated. Big, beautiful animal. 16 hands.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess he needs that many hands to open all those gates.
I'm afraid Gracie doesn't know. Come in.
Here we are, ready for the track.
Track.
We're just dying to get there.
Dying.
Ann, I'd like you to meet our next-door neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Morton. This is Ann Nelson.
Oh, how do you do, Skelton? Oh, George, I didn't know you owned a horse.
I don't.
Then why are you wearing his blanket?
Harry, you're the only one who hasn't made a crack about my suit. Would you care to say something?
Yeah, why don't you get a stick and kill it?
Thanks.
Blanche, Anne is the girl that Bill Goodwin is going to marry and settle down with and raise a family.
Oh, congratulations.
Oh, well, now, just a moment. I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch.
Anne, I'd better have a little talk with you. Anne, it won't be chickens.
She knows.
Come on, folks, let's go. Oh, Blanche and Harry. Hello.
Hello,
Bill.
They're going to the track with us, Bill.
Oh, say, wait a minute. The box at the track only holds 6. There's 6 of us here, and Ann's mother and father are 8.
Oh? Well, if they're that young, they can sit on our laps.
Gracie, there isn't room for all of us. 2 will have to stay home.
Oh. Well, I'm to blame. I invited the Mortons.
Well, I'm to blame, too. I accepted.
Well, listen, Blanche.
Huh? Oh. Well, Gracie and I have decided.
Wait a minute, girls. If you want to go to the races, go ahead. Harry and I'll stay home.
That's what we decided.
What?
Come on, everybody. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, Harry.
Well, goodbye. What are you laughing about, Harry?
I didn't want to go to the races anyway.
What are you going to do?
I got 5 hours. I'm going to do what I like best, George. I'm going to fish every second of it. What are you going to do?
I've got 5 hours, and I'm going to do what I like best, too. Down in the garden where the red rose grows, behind the old
George and Gracie will return in just a moment. Join us again next Wednesday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Harry Lubin, and the Amadent Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin. Brought to you by the makers of Amadent, the ammoniated toothpaste and tooth powder. Recommended by more dentists than any other dentifrice. The George Burns and Gracie Allen program was transcribed in Hollywood, written by Paul Henning, Sid Dorfman, Harvey Helm, and Stanley Shapiro, and produced by William Burns. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Judge Roger Alton Pfaff of Los Angeles, one of the nation's outstanding traffic jurists, who has a message for George and Gracie. Your Honor?
Well, George and Gracie, as a representative here this evening of the National Safety Council, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you two this award of merit for exceptional service to the cause of safety in 1949. These awards are not handed out at random, but just to a select few each year who have contributed their time and talent without remuneration of any sort to the cause of promoting public safety. Our congratulations and best wishes to you, very gracious and sincere people.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gracie and I are more than happy to help such a worthy cause.
We certainly are. Thank you, Judge.
Girls, is this true or false? You can shampoo your hair without water.
Why, it's false.
No, it's true. It's Minipoo, the marvelous dry shampoo that doesn't wet your hair, doesn't disturb your wave. Minipoo leaves your hair shining, clean, and lustrous in only 10 minutes. Perfect when you have an unexpected date. When you're down with a cold, grand for oily hair.
Tell me who sells Minipoo?
Drugstores do. That's who. Ask for Minipoo. M-I-N-I-P-O-O. Minipoo.
Look for the Amadent ad featuring Myrna Loy, starring in If This Be Sin, a Gregory Ratoff production released through United Artists. Next Wednesday and every Wednesday, listen to the Amadent Show, starring George and Gracie. Good night.
Listen to the Lum and Abner Show, which follows immediately over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.